Heyo, welcome back. Glad you guys could join me again tonight. As soon as everyone kind of joins up, I'll let the stream kind of settle down here. See if I can see what's going on. All right. I added some more audio filters. The goal was to try to get rid of some of my keyboard sound. I also lifted the mic, and then the filters have seemed they can kind of quiet down some of the road noise around my house. Oh, I need to be on some more channels that can allow me to throw some stuff out here, but we'll do this. So everyone's so how is everyone doing tonight? Guess I will make I'm making the rounds, just pasting the link to everybody. Let's let everybody know that I'm doing this thing, even when it annoys the hell out of people. That's the best way to do it, I think. Just annoy people, and it'd be fine. Okay, so okay, so Terrible Plan said if I wasn't looking at chat all the time, I should turn on timestamps. I did not know that I could. Oh, you mean like add it as an extension? And Monster Fox, glad you could jump in for a moment. Oh, I know who you are. I recognize. I recognize that avatar. Glad you could hang out, even if it's only for a moment. Yeah, it's yeah, the profile, the picture is, yeah, but at least it's recognizable. Yeah, I so Sav jumped into the stream the other day as well, and he was also like, "It's really late." I was like, "Yeah, it's like probably 2 a.m. there, right? So it's probably what about midnight for you right now? 12:30 ish, give or take." Yeah, yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. Well, so have you seen a lot of have you seen the other streams that I did? Do you know what I've been working on? I'll do my quick little recap I do for everybody when I kind of start the stream up. I got a few people that are here. It seems um about time to kind of give a recap. So let's no, it's not a game necessarily. This is more of a tool. Is what I've been working on. This is not the right one. So this is um are you familiar with the VTuber phenomenon? So there's this art studio that allows you to do parametric animations. So you get these sliders that can change the 2D artwork, and they do a bunch of sort of interesting math to make this happen. And I got kind of nerd sniped by the math and how this worked, and I was playing around with the animation studio because I do some artwork on the side. I don't do a whole lot, right, but a little bit. And so you can kind of mess with the characters and do all these sliders. Is this the reset? Reset to default values. There you go. And so I started playing with it because I thought I like Bezier curves. I like the way Bezier curves work. I think they're interesting, and so you can see how this artwork layer is all the different layers of the parts that make up the character. And when you have this character model selected, I have the face selected. There is a corner somewhere around here. And then I can select this portion of the face. This is a mathematical tool that allows you to deform the face area with this sort of like linear mechanism. Yeah, it's very similar to like how Blender does things, but it's a two-dimensional tool, not a three-dimensional tool. And so I got interested in that, and I wanted to see how that worked. So I then created a tool that does the same thing, but this is browser-based. The idea is that it'll be in the web browser. So when this recompiles, so this is my version of the same stuff. Like this is not like a complete tool, right? This is like just the baby steps. So this is what a mesh looks like. That I programmed this mesh in by just manually taking the coordinates from the other tool and then moving them here. But the premise is this is like, say, a triangular mesh. This is where the textures would be, and then my tool warps them all around the Bezier curves so I can stretch and skew them very similarly. And I want to try to keep building this tool up. I don't know how far I'll get with it. I don't know if I'll do it forever or if I'll quit at some point in time. I don't really know what the end result is going to be, but ultimately, if I stop working on it, I'll probably just open source everything and just kind of dump it to the community so that this sort of stuff exists out there for everyone to use. And I'm sure there's already stuff out there that kind of does this anyway, so it's who knows? Might just be more noise than it is a tool. But anyway, so I had to work on that portion to kind of see that I could get there. But now I'm working on a second portion of the editor that is the artwork or asset layer, and this allows me to do. I have to be able to define the cutouts for all these assets. So you can, right now I'm working on this idea of generating a triangular mesh. So I start out with, say, a couple of points. I can split this triangle. I can split it again. I can split this. And the idea is that I can now outline my artwork. Not my artwork. This is artwork from the other program I just kind of borrowed for this. But the I can split these out, and now I can now generate the yeah, I can. So this code that I wrote allows me to define the meshes that I want. So okay, yeah. So Monster Fox said making my own mesh. Yep. So this is making a mesh, and the idea is that I could animate a visual novel in the browser. Well, so the goal isn't to target visual novels, but I do want the ability to actually build a more comprehensive sprite system. I think it'd be fun. I don't know how far that'll go, right? But I think I will try to make it so that this tool can export into the major game engines as a compiled chunk of code and libraries and resources, so that they just export and import as if they were natively a portion of that tool. So a lot of the warp meshes that I build, I might be able to integrate them into like a GLBs or GLTFs. Mintai asked, this is 2D sprite mesh. Yeah, so I am working on a 2D sprite mesh that can warp. If you were in here a moment ago to see the Bezier warping, so that's kind of what I'm working on, is all that stuff. And so that's what this tool's for. And that was the introduction. I've been coding this more or less from scratch for the last week. All the back episodes of this are detailing all the stuff that I was working on to get here. And so there's a lot of, you can kind of see the struggles I've been through, and I did get to this part where I'm now working on this sprite mesh. What I need to work with now is I need more features in this tool, like being able to split the triangles is great, but splitting is kind of just like, okay, now I've wrapped this head. This is supposed to be the back of the head. I now I've wrapped it. I now need the ability to join these two nodes here. So there has to be some way of joining nodes, and I don't have that yet. So I think I'm going to create that feature as the first step for today's coding session. That way I can build this closed mesh. And what's nice is that once I get the ability to close the mesh and then also delete vertexes. Yeah, undo is also something that needs to be way up on the top of my list. So I need the ability to connect to two vertexes, the ability to undo, and the ability to delete. Now I might implement undo first, because it's without delete, I can still do quite a lot of work to get these meshes sort of figured out and then take them to the other part of the program. So I want to build the portions that are interesting to me. And right now the 2D UV editor is not the most interesting portion to me, although it's interesting and it's necessary, right? I do want to work more on the warp mesh and the sprite layer and the animation stuff. So if I had the ability to, I hadn't split, but I split that. I need to be able to undo. That would be superb, is to be able to undo that one right there. And I may keep only I might keep 10 layers of undo. I don't need to make it super sophisticated. It'll probably just be a real simple, every time I update the mesh, it'll just keep an old copy of it. And so with undo, you don't absolutely need delete. I mean, I'm not saying that you wouldn't want that as an ultimate feature, but for the moment, I can ignore delete if I get undo, because I can carefully calculate what I'm doing and just struggle through it. If I have to draw this, I want delete also. I want to be able to delete the whole mesh. But if I have to, and I struggle through and make a mesh for each one of these pieces 10 times over and it still works, that's good enough for me for the tool at the moment. I have said that this is going to take about 300 to 400 hours to fully flesh out most of the novelty and the ideas that I have, and then to even see it, what it would look like. It could be an app. It could just be something that, who knows where it goes, right? So we're working right now in the art asset editor, and there's a couple different art mesh styles. This is the loop mesh, and these are just basic squares that come from the loop mesh. So the idea here is that you can just generate a loop around something because you don't care about the triangular mesh. And some of these you probably wouldn't care about. Like eyebrows you probably care about because you want them to flex and morph in the space a whole lot. Okay, so I'm thinking I might want to implement the undo first. That might be the easiest one to go for, and I just got to bind it to a Control Z, and yeah, I think that might be okay. That might be a good path to take right away. So I want to do that in the art mesh editor. So a lot of the code is a little crowded. I've just been kind of throwing stuff together. So in the art mesh editor, I have this art tri-shape editor. In the art tri-shape editor, I probably don't want to put the key down event there. I probably want to just put the key down event on the high level. So right here, all the mouse events are captured on this top level group. On key down, I could just do. I probably don't want on key. I don't want on key press because I want to be able to hit like Control Z. So on key down, and I'll define this. Const on. And then when the key down event happens, I'll want to dispatch that. We'll say key down. I'll dispatch that into my reducer. Good night, Monster Fox. Mintai asks, why did I call the array vertexes and not vertices? That is something I have always done for ages. It mostly comes from when I used to write Doom mods when I was a teenager. All of the Doom editors at the time called them vertexes with the, it's like, it's just a weird, like, overflow from, like, just I've done it for years, and I laugh every time I do it, but it just doesn't feel right when I name it vertices in the editor when I'm coding. It's kind of silly, right? So I need to be able to broadcast this key down. It needs to be code, I think. It's deprecated locale. What is it? What am I looking for? Char, not char code. Code. Well, what am I allowed to use? Oh, key. Key's a string. Alt key, control key, current target, and phase. So it looks like I need these, probably need like shift key, EBT. Yeah, I think I was a teenager when I developed that pattern and it sort of stuck. It's kind of funny, but yeah, it's fine. It doesn't really. I suppose if it really came down to it, someone wanted me to change it, I'll just hit the refactor button and not worry about it too much. So Alt key, Shift key, Control key. Is there a Control key? Yeah, there is. And then I need the. Is it scan code? Okay. Okay. I guess I will go look at go look up a reference. Okay. React key down T scan code on key down. Let's see. This says event.key, but that's for the key down. Is it event.key? It is. I think this gives a the event.key is a scan code, and scan codes aren't always universal. React event key key down char code. It might be better to just get the char code, but I wonder if the char code is actually like why it's deprecated. Like there's a new say React key down char code. And I don't really want to look up a whole bunch of key codes. All right, they're saying char code exists, but I'm guessing it's something to do. that it's deprecated. TS. Okay. Let's. Oh, this is because it's just labeled. That's not going to give me anything. I was going to look up the TS code, but I suspect that this is not a important. That's more important. Is there an alternative? I got a feeling they don't care. I think they just want you to use the scan code at all times. That's kind of annoying, actually. Oh, wait a minute. Is this key not what I think it is? Oh. Got a little ahead of myself there with that selection buffer. I'm going to spit out this stuff here. Oh. Interesting. It's not capturing an event. Oh, it might not be able to capture the events because it may not be focused. That shouldn't matter. I should just be able to get it, I thought. Oh, that's my problem. I was looking up that event and I didn't change that code back. So here it is. Clear it. I am not getting any key codes. On key down. Keyboard events not firing. Oh, I see. Yeah, so probably just do it to the document. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I need to add this to the document itself. Use effect. So I'm going to create a use effect that at the beginning of these don't need to be here. So this is key down. Oh, what am I doing? That's the wrong events. I need this key down event. So on key down, we'll just do that. Oh, I want to be able to remove the event listener, so I need to actually do it like this. Const on key down. And I want to add the on key up, so we'll add that, const on key up. Same sort of thing here. On key down, on key up. Then we return a cleanup function. To get rid of these events, this will be remove event listener. So if I have this done correctly in my brain here, so use effect will only get executed upon mounting of this component, so it'll happen as a mount effect. This function here will get created once and only once at the initialization of this function itself. So that way when an add event listener happens, it will put this, and then since this only gets created on mount, that means that this function I return back, the cleanup function, will only get executed at unmount. So that way it should be able to remove the event listener that was held in the closure for this function, which is these two function events. So, and I should be able to call dispatch on them. So now, if I go back to my code, we shall not pass. Okay. Oh, I know. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. That's what was wrong. So there we go. Okay. And so now I'm getting the keyboard events. I'm getting the code. And I remember why they were saying that the code is what is deprecated, or key code. It's because the code is no longer, it's not translated. It's literally key A through, whatever. So I need to now dispatch actions.key down. Do I want to make the payload? I kind of just want the payload to be shift : meta : alt : ctrl : key : and key code. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. Key code. Code. What else we get here that I would need to transfer over? So code. Key. Key code. Code, key, and key code. Let's just send them all over. Why not? Key code event.code and key code : ebt.key code, like that. We'll just, oh, right, don't worry about that. This is, so now I need to go over to add this to my actions. So it doesn't know what these types are. That's useful. So I'll go to the actions, and I'll add the export function. Can't type. Function key down. I think this is a number, so key is number. Or no, key is a character. Yeah, key is a character. Oops. And then if key is a string, code is a number, and then key code. So code, no, code is a string. Key code is a number. I don't quite know which one I'm supposed to use or which one's better to use or any of that stuff, but I'll just encode them all. So I need to add a new, this is an art mesh editor action. I need to add a new key down. And so this, I need to put this into my types file. This guy here, and this is here, key event. And I can say or type colon key down payload. Okay, so I can now broadcast the key down. I'm also going to need the key up event, which is basically the same thing. Oh, delete that. Done, done, done. Okay. Ooh, interesting. Key event, key down, key up, key up. I don't know how important broadcasting a key up event is even going to be, but I figure might as well just throw it in there. I encoded a whole bunch of random colors. I generated random colors that I can keep in order because I was using these colors to order things in order. So the zero index stays the same color at all times. So I can debug the meshes. So the meshes get constructed and they're visible in a way that's predictable. Helps me, like it helped me see when the meshes were getting a little out of sorts. Okay, so I have this, this tri-mesh that I can create. I can split a triangle. I can split the triangle several more times, but I split it here, but I want to be able to join a triangle between this edge and this edge. I'm thinking I might usurp the right click for this, where you right click this and you connect it. I was also thinking I could make it a keyboard command. So if you highlight the keyboard and I hit like maybe the C button, and the C button comes over here. I also want to tie in the escape button to the abort for this button, this mouse drag. So right now when you drag this vertex around, if I drag the vertex out of the area, like if you go to the edges here, it aborts the drag and just returns it back to where it was. And then you can see editor mode changes. So when I click to drag, I'm doing a move triangle vert right now. And if I drag off, it just moves back to edit triangle. So I want to be able to do that with escape because I keep actually trying to do that while working. That one's an easy one to implement, so I'm going to do that one, I think, right away. So that'll be in the reducer. Now the reducer has this it has a mouse action reducer that I dispatch to, and it has a whole bunch of other ones that I dispatch to. So we are in when I am dragging this here, so I'm in the move triangle vert mode, and so that's what I need to look at. So I need to say case move triangle vert return editor move triangle vert reducer. That just auto completed a bunch of stuff I didn't want. So editor move triangle vert reducer. So that's this, and I can just put that. Yeah, so this is the one for the mouse, and this one will then trigger for. We can do this one for the the key up, key down stuff. I don't need to worry about editor mode. I'm just going to say switch action dot type, and I'm looking for a case of key down. Oh, that was key up. I don't know why I selected that. Okay. Clearly there were a couple options I could have selected. So one of these is mouse leave here. In mouse leave, I rebuild the try shape to abort. So I want to do the same thing here, and I really need to put these into a utility function of some sort. So this is function abort. Let's see, abort. Move triangle vert, and that'll take a state, art mesh editor state, and then return back a art mesh editor state. Mintai asked, how about the shift select for the nodes and J to join them? Okay, so for user interface stuff, I want to avoid too many key combos, mostly because so select would require me to memorize what you've clicked on, and that just adds more like state variables I kind of want to avoid. I'm thinking the simplest possible solution to get a moderately okay variant. Like, this is not set in stone stuff. Like, I'm writing this editor as it is right now, like, for me, just enough to get the experiment done. And so, like, you're probably right. You're like, I'm gonna be honest, you're absolutely probably right. You know what I mean? Like, there needs to be more comprehensive stuff, but I haven't really thought through what the editor needs, and instead of thinking through it heavily, I'm just going to keep incrementally adding features. And once I know what I kind of want, I will refactor it towards something that's a little more robust, or more like, more normal, like something you'd expect from another art program or something. So in this abort, I want to be able to explode. And in this case, it has to assume that the editor try shape stuff is all good to go. Oh, that is not what I wanted. Okay. So we go ahead and return out of this if nothing happens. And so this will abort the move triangle for you. So in here, I should just say on mouse leave, oh, yeah, that's the one. Okay, on mouse leave, we should just be able to return abort move triangle vert, and then just put a state there, and that should be good enough. So now this should be able to abort the move triangle, and I want to say, hey, if it's key down that was pressed, if this is the action type, I want to say if action dot payload dot, and then pick a code. I'm glad that you're liking this. It's slow because its programming is slow, and it takes time to kind of follow along. But I'm glad that she linked you. And you never know, you may be influencing the design of one of the best animation studios that'll ever exist 3 years from now, when I'm thoroughly done probably working on anything here. I think code literally can be like, I think that's what happens when you press escape. Code becomes escape. Oh no, key. Code. Oh, they're both the same. Key and code are like exactly the same. What did I call code in my tooling over here? Art mesh editor. No, let's go back to the types. So if I go to my typings, one of these various files over here, that's the one I'm looking for. Okay, so I did call code a string. Okay, then key and code look to be similar. I don't know which one's considered the de facto standard, and I will be honest with you, browser standards won't change for quite some time anyway. So we will just say escape on code. And what I'll do here is, if this is the case, I will then just do the abort move state. So I'll return that value. So that this is if the player, oh, that needs to be equal, not assignment. Okay. So if you press escape while dragging a vertex around, oh, look at that, it aborts. Boom, wired in. Oh, I accidentally, there's where the undo could have been handy, but yeah, so I press escape and it just aborts the motion. That's one of those things that was bugging me. The more I played with it, the more I was like, yeah, I really want that. So I want to do something I meant to do earlier, which is get this into my revision control. That's impossible to read. Let me load a new terminal. I have one over here, I think, just for this. Yeah, this is the one I have just for this stuff. Let's see. We have get status. Okay, so I should just be able to add all this stuff to the repo status. So that added in the components for, it added in untracked files for the art mesh contents, editor utilities, the reducer, primitive area CSS. So that's a lot of changes in this one. This is where when you start building a project and you start doing more and more to the project, the commit logs when you're early on are things like, I added stuff, but that's not what I did. I added reducer tests, removed the app TSX tests temporarily. That needs to go in my notes. I know that's not in there right now. Projects like this, you also need to keep track of what you're doing. I need to re-add app.tsx to testing. Then there may be a chance that what I'm doing in app tsx will never be really testable correctly. It might be more of an undertaking to get tests enabled there. So then so I added the ability to split triangles. So this is the split triangle. And fixed mouse mode, mouse interactions. Good enough. That's good enough. 890 lines of code. That's a decent. That's everything. So now I will. Yeah, that's a bit of a fat commit, but this is again just a little hobbyist noodling project. So it's forgivable, maybe. This is whenever you look at a project and you go back to the, like everyone says, oh, this is one of those projects where it grew organically. Like what that usually means is that they took their spike test and they didn't want to rewrite it in any way meaningful with tests or anything like that, and they just went ahead and just stuffed it into the new master and called that good, and just derived from it. That's how that works. So that's good enough. All right, so I want to try the undo, and I kind of want to think through what that means to me. It's possible that I could do the undo in such a way that it undoes everything, but that could get dangerous. Terrible Plan's response to this was, if your commit message is less than a sentence for 100 lines, you're doing it wrong. If your commit message is more like a paragraph, you're doing it wrong. Get out of here. No one asked you. Yeah, I haven't committed probably for 2 sessions because I was just so into it and just kept forgetting to push a commit to my repo. Yeah, 900 lines. That's fine. This looks like this undo feature I'm going to try to implement is going to be probably costly as well. Like just the feature, right? Ah, yes, conventions. Nop, I like your name. That's my favorite instruction. Just throwing that out there. It sort of satisfies all of the things I like about about my life. Really, it's a Nop. So I'm thinking about how I want the undo to work, and I don't think I want the undo to handle um everything because I think that could get dangerous. What I want to do is create an undo buffer. So I think what I'll do is I'll do a type for undo buffer, and it'll just maintain the simplest portions of what's necessary to undo the important bits of the state. So that's going to maintain a list of shapes, and that'll be shaped like this, and it'll maintain the URL, which you can't change right now anyway, but I'll just throw that in there. URL. It will maintain the tri-shapes array. And I guess that's really all it has to maintain. The rest of these are most of the stuff that's in the state. Other than that, the real question is, do I maintain zoom and offset, which I don't think are important. Yeah, that's fine. Those are important. Moving. So these are all stateful variables used for the UI. So I think this is fine. And then I want to maintain the undo buffer. So this will be undo, and it will be undo buffer. Let's call it undo buffer. No, I like it. Call it undo buffer. I like that better. So now that I've added the undo buffer, it can be initialized as an empty array in the ArtMesh editor. Undo buffer like this. Why are you mad at me? Okay, you're just throwing a temper tantrum for no reason. This is going to affect my tests that I wrote earlier because it needs the undo buffer to be empty. And then now I need to figure out when I'm going to stash things into the undo buffer. So this is where I'm kind of not the happiest about how I'm coding this. A lot of reducers tend to a lot of reducer example code always does switches, where switches are sort of like an absolute. This thing can only be this one state. I'd almost want to implement the undo and redo buffers as oh yeah, if I'm going to keep undo, I might want redo, which means I want to be able to keep a head and a tail pointer on that array, or at least a tail pointer. I wouldn't need a head pointer. Yeah, so I won't worry about redo just yet. That's next week's problem. Oh shit, tomorrow's next week. Okay, so I want to add a function that can stuff the important bits of the undo into an array. So I want to pass in an array, and it will a state, and it will emit a new array for undo stuff. So let's do that in my reducer. I'll do this way up here at the top, just to it's a utility sort of crowded space in this this file here. Maybe someday I'll actually learn how to code correctly. All right, well, good night. I'll talk to you later. It's great to have you. All right, this is going to be what am I doing? Push, yeah, push undo state, and we just say state colon it's the art mesh editor state. And really all we're doing, we need to return back the art mesh editor state. Or no, I want to send back just the undo buffer array. I don't want to send back the whole state. I want this just to make decisions for undo buffer. And so const undo buffer colon undo buffer array. Why is it? Oh, because it's a const. Duh. This is going to be state. I'm going to bring in all the elements of the state, undo buffer, and then I need to add something to it. So this is going to be the new const. Buffers? We'll just do that. Buffers. Name this like this. Probably could just return that straight, but that's okay. So shapes, state.shapes, try-shapes, colon, state.try-shapes. And then the URL is going to be state.url, like that. And really all I have to do, since this pushes on, we just say stack that there. Oh, buffer. And then we just return the buffers. So now we have to push the undo state, and that'll be on things like the mouse up. So let's think about this. So when I pull something off of the undo buffer, I want to remove something from the end of it and then put that into the current state. So oh, I want a whole state back, don't I? I don't like returning entire comprehensive clusters of the state. So I want the buffer, undo buffer, and then I want the, oh yeah, because I'll need to get the, so this is the buffer I've pulled off, and then I just need to get the list of buffers. Undo buffer like this, and that will be the result. So I'll return buffer. The reason I don't like returning back the whole entirety of the state inside of a reducer, like a reducer utility function like this, is because you often have to make weird decisions about this data in the consumer of it, and it doesn't make sense to do that often. So all this is going to do is take buffer, and that's going to be equal to state.buffers or state.undo buffers. Oh, maybe I need to call that. That needs to be undo buffers. I can't mutate the original array, so I probably just need to do this. I need to say state.undo buffers.length -1, so I just need to grab the last element. And then the other thing I need to add back is the current state of affairs for what the state.buffers would look like with one less buffer, which is just going to be slice of 0, comma, I think it would just be this -1, right? And then the one thing we do need to do is this const buffer equals this. So now I need to make the shapes equal buffer dot shapes, and then the try shapes buffer dot try shapes. Oh no, I don't want to. No, that's the responsibility of the person who pops this. So they'll get back the buffer that they've popped, and then the copy of the buffers that need to go into this the system. Undo buffers. This is like a whoa, weird. I want to make sure that these are named the same, so that makes the buffer undo buffers like this. Yeah, this makes me happy. I can take that. I don't know why I've got. Yeah, I don't need to pull a buffer out like that. Then it just pulls it out from here. So that shouldn't be that big of a deal. So now let's try to build the push undo state on add triangle, right? Because we don't. So whenever we add a triangle, editor mode, that's mouse down. Let's see, add triangle reducer. So in the mouse reducer, this is our adding a triangle to the state. We go ahead and create a triangle shape. So the very first thing we want to do is we want to say push undo state, and we just pass it in the state. Buffers equals this thing. So now we've got a copy of the undo buffers. Undo buffers for pushing for this state, and so then I return. I just go ahead and append undo buffers here, and then it should be a list of all of the buffers for the undo. And there's probably a couple of things I broke just due to refactor. What's going on? What is this? Boom. Why is it okay with that? Okay, just need to save something, I guess. Okay, so let's go ahead and I add a triangle, so this is still working. And I can say so it looks like I've got two undo buffers, in which case they will be the try shapes with nothing, which is the first undo, and then try shapes with one element. And so if I were to undo them, it would reduce me to one element and then 0 elements. So let's go back and implement the Control Z handler. So in Art Mesh Reducer, in the add triangle mode, the Control Z is going to be more global than this. So that would probably be more the master reducer. Let's try it. And, so key down. So is trusted Z control, so key Z control true. So control key Z is the actual code here. Key Z. So I'm just going to expand out all of these individual shapes. So this is going to be try shapes colon undo buffer dot try shapes, and then this would be URL colon undo buffer dot URL. Like that. I could even go one step further. I think I can do this, right? I thought there was a way to do that, but yeah, whatever. Okay, so that is not building correctly. Oh, I need a break. That's the first problem there. Oh, something's broken here. So lacks end return statement. So I broke a function. Is this a parsing error? No, it just thinks that this didn't return correctly. Oh, that's because all the other ones are expected that if you're actually supposed to always return from the switch statements. Okay. And I don't have a default down here that makes any sense to return a result. Okay, so all right, so now I can add a triangle, 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 and then Control Z. Oh man. So adding a triangle commits to the undo buffer, and it lets me undo adding the triangle. So let's do the exact. Let's do one more. Let's add one for moving a vertex. That one should be pretty straightforward. So I go for mouse actions because they change for every single one of the modes that are on the display there. Move triangle, vert mouse reducer. So this is the one during the mouse move event. When the editor goes back into the mouse mouse up. Yeah, so we do. So when we're in edit triangle mode, and we go into mouse down, and then mouse down turns into a move triangle vert, we need to push the undo state here. So this is going to be const undo buffers equals push undo state like this, and then I can take the undo buffers and just kind of stick them right in there. And so now if you are in, that is actually one thing that you could still do that's a bug, I just realized. So if you're dragging the mouse cursor around, you're dragging a point, and you actually try to run the undo while you're in the middle of a mouse drag, it would try to pull the current. Yeah, there's some weirdness there. That's all right. So now in the when you are in the mouse action reducer, you're up here in move triangle vert mouse reducer. So when you're here and you mouse up and we leave editor mode. No, this is actually fine. We want, yeah. So this should allow us to then move the mouse cursor. So if I edit a vertex like this will start. This has already pushed an undo buffer, so that's the undo buffer for that. So I should be able to move multiple vertexes and be able to undo through all of them. So that's working well. Okay. So I can switch between these two. Let's move some vertexes around. I even split this one, added a new vertex. Let's split this one a few times. And let's just control the Control Z, because I don't do it on split. So let's double check that. So that is on when editing mouse. This is mouse triangle vert mouse reducer. So this is the splitting of a triangle. So we can do that here. Undo buffers, injects it into that. And this is when, this is when you add a vert, right? This is edit triangle. Oh, this is when you select a triangle. This is not the right one. This is when you're free hovering around the mouse cursor and trying to select stuff. And so this is when you're splitting a line. So I can add that to the undo state. So now let's refresh it, add a couple triangles for like our meshes. And then we're going to come over here. We're going to split this one and we're going to split that line again. But I don't like that. So let's undo it. I moved that vertex and now oh, interesting. So what's breaking here? Let me refresh this and think this through. So add a vert like this. I undo it. That didn't save an undo stage. So why would that not be saving an undo? Because I didn't put the undo buffer into the actual state. That usually helps. So new triangles in, I can control Z that, I can select a triangle, I can split a line, I can control Z to undo the split, no matter how deep the split goes. I can undo that, remove that triangle. I still can't actually add a triangle after adding them and going to edit mode because I don't have a button to get back to add triangle mode. All right, so we're here. I can split these verts. The undo works. It's going to make things so much easier. You don't even know. You don't even know. For this such a broken program from time to time to just be so difficult to use. I want the ability to combine verts now. That's important feature, I think. So it'll have to search through the. So I'm thinking is that, let's say the user grabs a vert and they want to join a vert. The idea is that if you drag it over to a vert, and I'm only going to have like the thin case, the thinnest possible solution. Like I don't care about this, like this right here, this line overlaps. This creates a degenerate triangle. Technically this would be like way wrong. But let's say that you connected that vert here and they combined. Well, that's actually not completely wrong because you can move the geometry like this, right? So there's nothing really stopping the user from doing things that seem a little degenerate or kind of off. But there's a couple of things I do need to do. So like, let's say that I move this vert on top of this vert. What it would mean is that this line segment just gets erased, and so does the vertex one of the vertexes, probably the one I'm dragging. So the one I'm dragging will get removed, and then I'll make new triangle loops for these areas. And the only time a vert can combine with another vert is when an edge only has one reference. And since I don't keep like a big old lookup table or a binary tree for all this stuff, I'm just gonna search through all of the loops I have, which there's not many of them, and I'm gonna say, hey, does this loop have a reference on any other edge for any other triangle in any other order? And if the answer is no, then I'm allowed to combine to that vert. That's the first step. Then the second step is to say, hey, does the vert this person's trying to like connect to have an edge that shares a vert with an edge that shares the vert that's being dragged? And if that's the case, then the answer is yes. And if both those things are true, then we can join these verts and I can delete the loops and start over. I think that's the right logic there for that. So I should be able to make it so I can merge a vert. I'm thinking though, for now, the ability to to combine to actually join verts is probably more important to me than anything else. So I want to be able to stitch these two together. I think I'm going to override the right click handler here, or maybe get a keyboard key press, like maybe press the letter C. I have this vert, I hit C, that puts me into connect mode, and then I can drop it on another vert that shares an edge. So I'll have to build that shared edge vertex function, that utility function. I'll have to write that function regardless. But I think I'm happy with, especially with the undo going back and forth. I mean, this is the conversation they had, and we can just kind of go all the way back through it here. Having the ability to undo, and right now it's just infinite levels, infinite undo. Who cares about memory? Memory, is that a thing? And this is why JavaScript apps take like 6 gigabytes of RAM to run. Let's do a couple of quick little fixes before I get to some of the more harder ones. So I just realized like I want to be able to get back into the add triangle mode, because the UI is a little meh at the moment. So if we're in editor move triangle vert and you hit escape, that cancels. Okay, that's fine. If we're in add square, add triangle, we're in the edit triangle mode. I might want to. Okay, there's nothing there right now. So let's go back to this one. I'm going to steal your key down stuff. So edit triangle reducer. If we hit... No, this actually might be, again, one of those that I deal with at the top level, because I want to be able to get into the add triangle mesh or add triangle mode from just about every other mode, except for certain modes, like ones that don't allow like ones that would totally break the system. Like if I'm dragging a vertex around, I might not want, it to action.payload.key.code. I might not want it to go into add mode when I'm in the middle of dragging an actual vertex around. I don't know what would happen if I did that. The state would get derpy as all hell, because it would be, some of the variables would be in the right place to start dragging that vert. So if you added a new triangle and clicked on it, so it needs to have the ability to fully abort. So I would have to say something like return state editor mode equals editor mode add triangle, like this. That's the simplest way to do it, and this will work as long as you don't do anything dumb. So if I'm editing this triangle but I hit A, it'll put me, ooh, what did that do? That one's selected. Oh, I know what's going on. Okay, so when I am in the art mesh editor, that triangle is not drawn unless we are in the currently edited and active triangle is not drawn at all, I think. So if the editor mode is edit shapes, right? This is the art shape outline. This is, I don't want this one. I want the other one. This is the tri shapes. This one's the edit triangle. Art shape outline editor. So when do we draw all of the other triangles, the art shapes? This is art shape, art tri shape. So the answer to the question here is, there should be a function called should draw art tri shape. And that would be state I. And now I need to create this as a utility function. And so if I go to the utils, So if the state.editor mode is equal to add triangle, then we always draw the triangles, return true. Otherwise, we only return true if it's not the currently editing triangle. So the idea is that we don't draw a shadow triangle underneath the triangle. We leave it alone. We don't draw extra stuff, and that would be I colon number. And so we can encapsulate some of the truthiness into a utility function so that we can ask more intelligible questions inside of our art mesh editor. And let's import that. So this should now draw. There's a bug. What's going on? Oh, okay. So now if I come in here, add a triangle, add a triangle, add a triangle, edit a triangle, but then I hit A to go back to add, it does all the right thing. I can go back and add now. And then so I'm editing a triangle. Let's move a vert. So remove that, remove that. One of the things I'm noticing it doesn't do, which I don't know matters, it still thinks I'm editing a triangle. So if I remove the triangle that's currently being edited, that's technically a bug state. We're in the wrong state now. The editor thinks that it's being edited. I probably should still have a state.editor try shape. Yeah, see, editor try shape is set to 1 because it still thinks it exists. Now it's not bugging out because I'm looping over all of the I'm actually looping over all of the tri meshes, and I'm only drawing the editor when I'm on the correct tri mesh, or rather I'm drawing it, actually that's not exactly what's going on. It's just drawing it as an undefined. So right here, it's editor mode is edit triangle or move triangle vert. Then we just, art shape editor, which this also needs to be. This should be show try shape editor state. Right, because there's probably going to be several modes of which that is going to be a valid thing to draw, especially as I have more features to it. And let's see, so art mesh editor should show try shape editor. Okay, so that's this should still function, but it is not. What did I break this time? Just didn't save it. Okay. So yeah, there we go. Try shapes can be edited. I can select between them. I can go back to add mode to add new ones, so I can kind of do some work. What I need to do is that when I need to resolve what it means to do an undo. And I think for now, I'm just going to set when undo happens, I'm going to just so pop I think what I'm going to do is just set this to where it just, you know, it always goes back to, yeah, I don't really know what to do exactly. You could be in an edit state. So like, I guess I could say like if, so const editor mode, let editor mode equals state.editor mode. And then if editor mode. So if we're in the situation where we are editing a triangle, right, and we try to do an undo during an edit triangle, I maybe would say the best thing to do is to go back to add triangle mode. So I could just say editor mode equals add triangle. So it just always pushes you back into the add triangle mode, which is fine because you can just reselect the currently edited triangle or triangle mesh area. That's something else I gotta fix soon. I never update the bounding box of the triangle meshes as they're being added. That's definitely something I need to make sure that's in my notes. Oh, it is in my notes. It is in my to-do list. Maybe I should just do the to-do list. Oh yeah, this was one that I was thinking about. Should go zoom and offset should probably be part of the art mesh editor tooling, since it doesn't affect anything else that's being modified in the whole tree. Oh, that's not even true anymore. I actually use it in the tooling because the zoom. So terrible plan. I mentioned to you earlier that zoom and offset was not part of the actual state, but that actually isn't true because I started playing with zoom on these lines. Notice that the art mesh lines are consistent now in scale when I zoom in and out. So the verts never get bigger the closer you zoom in. So they're all idempotent from scale. Whereas this one does. The scale doesn't affect these yet. And I don't know if it really matters that the scale affects it. It doesn't bother me at all. But yeah, since the scale is actually being propagated down to these elements, it actually does make sense to leave scale in here. Offset, not so much. Offset still doesn't make sense to like leave in there, I don't think, but maybe it's not as important. So let me, since I know it won't break anything to not deal with it, I'm going to put this on my little back burner. Let's just create a back burner. So I'll think about this stuff later. But the to-do list, like this recalculating bounding box for trimesh unmodified, this is kind of important for the way the UI works. So let's create a trimesh kind of out here in the middle of nowhere. And I add a vertex, and then I move it way out here. Then let's go back to adding another triangle. Now this one, when I mouse over it, it turns red, but when I mouse over this one, it does not. When I mouse over this area, ta-da! Like the original bounding box is still, it's not, I'm not recalculating this bounding box for the selection. So I need to do that whenever I modify it. I'm thinking I only want to do that once per reason to like change it. So like that's like what that means is like when you're not editing the vertex, when you let go, like the mouse up event should trigger the rebuild the bounding box. But I can stretch this thing to well beyond the bounding box size, and I click here, and then it doesn't highlight until I get toward the original triangle's at. So that's definitely high on the list. And it shouldn't be hard. It's just got to get the min max for everything. So let's create that in the utils. I've got a test for utils, and so let's build out a test for that. Triangle mesh utils, and we will do it. Let's see, can rebuild bounding box. So I have a test shape which is looks like a tri-mesh. That actually should be set to tri shape right here, so we don't get the typings wrong on that. And really all I have to do is just kind of look at the min-max of all of the, so const min colon vector 2 equals new vector 2, or just say min equals new vector 2 of math.max. What is it? I thought it was max int, or oh, I can't remember. Let's just make it big. There it is. So the minimum is these two really big numbers, and then we'll also just make the maximum the negative of these two really big numbers. Min max. Why would I set that to a const? Okay. I need a variable that changes a lot over time. Let's set that to const. So I could now return. Oh, I think that I have a bounds type, don't I? Oh, look at that. I do actually have a bounds type. Okay. And then I can return min max like that. Shape dot vertexes dot length. And I would expect, so expect s dot min dot x to be 0, because you know that's exactly what it'll be, and min dot y to be 0, and max dot x to be 0, and max dot y to be 0, because they're just all zeros. That's important. Let's, so obviously it doesn't do anything yet. This is going to fail, no big deal. So I just want to say, hey, if say const vert equals shape dot vertexes I like that, and if vert dot x is less than min dot x, then min dot x equals vert dot x. I think that the Babylon JS vector 2s don't really, you should consider them immutable. So now that I've written it this way, I'm thinking I just want to keep a min x like this and a max x, min y, like just keep them separated. Gotta keep them separated. Hey. Max x, max y, like this, and I just say, hey, if it's less than min x, we'll just set min x to that value. Vert.x, and I set those to const because I'm a moron. I did that earlier already once before, so that going. vert.y is greater than max y, and then max y is equal to vert.y. Probably could just use the whatever. So min colon new vector 2 min x min y, and this max will be new vector 2 max x max y, like that. And we don't obviously expect these to be zeros, so let's look and see what my bounding box should be. So I create a triangle that starts at 0, 0, and it goes all the way down to, positive 100, but negative 100. So I actually expect this bounding box to be incorrect. This is not a correct bounding box. So I would expect the bounding box to be negative 100 because that's the most minimum x coordinate we have. And the most minimum y coordinate, I believe, is actually 0, and the most maximum x coordinate is 100, and the most maximum y coordinate is 100. So this is what I would actually expect my min-max to be, and I can do this. I can say expect S to match inline snapshot like this, and it'll rewrite my code. I love this part, if it works. Do it! Oh, it failed. Something broke. Oh, max is not defined. What did I do wrong? Aha. That's what that's not the right answer. There we go. So this builds a little inline snapshot for me. Maximum is 100 by 100. Minimum is negative 100 by 0. So that looks like that's correctly generated to my eye. I'm kind of happy with that. What is this yelling at me for? Oh, so I actually have other snapshots in here that are kind of broken now because the min-max boundaries are wrong. So I'm pretty sure that these are the right min-max boundaries. So let's just update those. I don't know why this is okay, all these passed. So now I have this tri-shape bounding box, so we can do this. Can move this function into my utilities. Oh, what did I do? Copied a little too much? No. Oh, too little. That's what I did wrong. And then in my utils, we'll just stick this as a function down here. Tri-shape bounding box. Of course you don't have any suggestions. You're a terrible editor. I exported it right. Yep, it's not me this time, it's you. I can't find it because it's not redoing its okay. I'll give it the precise instructions to work. Ugh, computers needing exact instructions to work. That's the worst. You'd think these things could just read our minds and predict what we want. But I guess not. That's just not a thing they want to do. So I need to recalculate the bounding box. I only need to recalculate the bounding box on the mouse up of the reducer. So if I go to reducer, art mesh reducer, and we are in art mesh reducer, we are in mouse up mode of the action reducer, vert, triangle reducer, vert, move triangle vert. So in mouse up. This is the only place we need to do it, but okay. I have to do all this mutating of my state in order to get to where I'm at. I don't need the delta, but I do need the tri-shape. And I don't need the vertex array. I need to say tri-shape bounding So I need to say try shape dot bounds is equal to try shape bounding box of some thing. I'm pretty sure it's a try shape, so we'll just pass in try shape, and then I need to bring that into import. So now I've calculated the new boundary. I need to yes. No. How did I wait? How did that work before? I want to bring in a copy of, I want to take tri-shapes, and I want to get all the copies of all of these tri-shapes from the original. Then I want to take the tri-shape that I'm currently editing, create a new copy of it, but I want to insert it back into the original. I think this is wrong or something, feels off. Oh no, that's what's missing. So once I clone the tri-shape, I want to put the tri-shape back into the list. That's what this is doing. Okay. Yeah, this is correct. So, I can edit this. It looks like I dropped it. So now if I go back and select a different one, if I move my mouse cursor into this area, it is absolutely broken and I can't select it anymore. That is exactly what I was looking to do. First try. Okay, why did that utterly abysmally break? So I get a list of the tri-shapes. I take the existing tri-shape. I don't want to do it this way. I want to do it this way. I want these tri-shapes. Right? And then I calculate the bounds of that tri-shape. And I reset the bounds because that's fine because I'm cloning this here. So I can set it to something. Like I can even do... Oh, right. I can't... It's whatever. Okay. So, yep. Then I say, hey, of my new tri-shape list that I've created, go to the one that we're currently editing and give it the copy of the one that I have updated for the bounding box. And then the editor mode goes back to edit triangle. And I also save in a copy of all the new shapes, including the one with the bounding box changes. So I drop a triangle, click a button, drag the mouse, let go, click this, click that. Ooh. Ooh. Hey. Look at me. All right, so the bounding box fix is done. Let's go to the notes. Let me get the recalculate bounding box for try shape modify. It can go up here. Done. Now there's a couple of weird states that could happen with undo. Let's say that I'm in the middle of dragging this vertex and I hit Control Z. I can still drag that vertex because it, oh, and it just reverts back to the original triangle. Oh, this is confusing. Wow, you can get into a lot of trouble when that happens. Okay, so I don't want Control Z to be active when you are moving a vertex. Duly noted. Okay, that just breaks things in all sorts of ways. Terrible. Did you see how that just went down? It was a little broken. Okay. So I have the ability to add them. I need to fix the undo. I want to make that a thing that I do now versus later. So I don't want Control Z to exist or happen when the mode. So if editor mode equals move triangle vert, then we just return. We don't return state. We don't even bother to consider anything else because that's just too broken at the moment. I mean, I might be able to do something with it if I think about it more logically, because you wouldn't want to undo. You'd probably want to abort the current motion versus allowing it to continue. Like, that could be one I do. I could just fire off the abort in this situation. So I could do that, and it would be kind of logical. That's fine. I'm just gonna make it so it just ignores the key press, so it won't do anything. So, all right, triangle edit mode, Control Z does nothing. Let it go. Control Z works. So escape can abort it. I'm okay with this. I wouldn't mind getting a full mesh dragger right now, like some kind of a move the whole thing sort of dealio, but I don't know exactly how to do that right off the top of my head. Mostly because every option I could think of, it would be a little odd. I mean, I could do it sort of how Live 2D did it by using the bounding mesh to draw a rectangle around it, and then those have tools that you can then move the thing with. I don't know if I like that. For now, it's just easy enough to move the verts around just to get the tool working enough that I'm happy with it. So to me, that's probably okay. Like, this is kind of good enough. Oh, I got Control Z. Look at me. Yeah, to me, this is enough control that I'm okay with this. This terrible plan. You realize that most of what I'm doing here, the reason I'm still stuck on this silly program, is your fault, right? You had to like goad me into like, oh, you can do it. Just keep going. You got this. Bet you can't get that texturing working. I'm like, oh, that should be no problem. I'll just build a little, you know, just build a real simple UV editor. This is kind of like nice. I like constructing this way. This is, it takes a minute to wrap your brain around this sort of pattern the way I'm doing it. But once you get the pattern, it works. You can do this. You're a positively negative influence. I agree. Like, that worked out real well, and that's a good working. Oh, that's a good mesh. Like, that's good enough. And if I want more detail, I can come in there and add the more detail. So I just consider what you want to split. So I want to split right here, and I want to split right here, and then I want to split this. Oh, maybe that wasn't the right split. No, it feels okay. And you just keep splitting. So now I can get the detail around the arm edge that I need. It's like, this is usable. I'm not saying it's like the greatest thing that's ever been designed, but yeah, the ability to make the meshes is kind of there. And like I said, especially with the undo, when things are a little like logically, or there's a little cognitive dissonance when you're trying to define the shapes, like with undo being available, it'll help you intuit what you need to do correctly. So how would I split the other side, right? So that would be, so I split this, that's this one, and then split that one. Yeah. And then I split this one. Is that the way I did it? I feel like that was wrong. No, that's exactly how I split it. Okay. Oh man, this could get. Oh wait, I gotta go back. Gotta go back. Oh, that undo is just so sexy. All right. Well, then I also got to get persistence down. That I should probably work on persistence today too. So every time I push, maybe I push an undo buffer, I can also save the important bits to local storage. Yeah. And then I can drop all these like art shapes that aren't important. I may make a branch that just removes the art shape loops because I don't know if I want to continue working on that editor. Doing the tri meshes are simple enough and it's not too horrible that I might just rely only on the tri meshes. Because there's most of the functionality you would need is here. So like this triangle, this cube or square, I mean, is a little too big. So you'd want to split it in half. Well, you split it in half real easily. So there it is now split in half. Like that's a no-brainer. So now I got smaller triangles that I can, move around and merge. Now I will say this part is a little less easy to understand. Like I don't know how to maybe split this complex set of lines up enough to make it work well because I would want to cut all of these in half and I would much rather them have a sort of rectilinear, like I would want to cut here. No, cut that line in half. So now I got the square here and I would want that one to be cut in half, but it's like it's pushing me to cut more and more in half that I don't want to cut. Like I can get the triangular shape, I can get the detail there, and if you're not too worried about how the triangles look, this is perfectly valid what I just designed, and this would preserve the detail. I thought that just splitting the lines in half would be annoying on the in the editor, but it really doesn't feel that bad. It's not ideal, but it like predicting where to break this at is not as important as just breaking it. So I'm glad I didn't try to like worry about the point on the line stuff. Like I said, I can add that stuff in later. We are about halfway there. Whoa, we're halfway there. Oh, and there goes all my viewership. Everyone just left. It's over. Uh, boy, that undo buffer. That goes back. It's taking me back. Okay, I'm pretty good where I'm at the moment. So let's, I don't know why there's a breakpoint defined there. That won't work. So I'm going to do a git commit. Let's see what I got going on here. So what did I add? I added the ability to undo points, and I added the ability to get back into add vertex mode, and the ability to cancel a motion. So git add source app m added the ability to undo and escape resets vertex drag. Wait, what else did I say I did? I am a little lost here. Things and stuff. I added the tests. Oh, the boundaries. The triangle line. The tri mesh boundary update. Oh. Ugh. Exclamation points inside of a git commit are not a thing. Inside of a bash command line is not a thing. To undo, escape reset vertex, escape resets vertex drag, aborts vertex drag, aborts vertex drag, try mesh boundary update. Oh, and the ability. All right, see, this was a 100 line. Without -m and doing it in a proper editor, you could use a proper editor. The command line is far superior editor. Thank you much. I use Edline to do all of my Edlin to do all my actual like editing, because hardcore. I don't even know what it freaking installed. Like, oh man. It's relevant XKCD, right? Is that? Oh no, I remember this one. Real programmers use Emacs. Real programmers use Vim. Real programmers use Ed. No, real programmers use Cat. Real programmers use a magnetized needle and a steady hand. Excuse me, but real programmers use butterflies. They open their hands and let the delicate wings flap once. The disturbance ripples outward, changing the flow of eddy currents in the upper atmosphere. These cause momentary pockets of higher pressure air to form, which acts as a lens that deflects incoming cosmic rays, focusing them to strike the drive platter and flip the desired bit. Nice. And then somebody goes, well, of course there's an Emacs command to do that. Oh yeah, good old Command X MCM butterfly. Damn it, Emacs. It's you know, it's important stuff here. I mean, I think the truth is that everyone knows that a real programmer sets the universal constants at the start of the universe so that the universe evolves in such a way to just contain the disk with the data they already wanted in the first place. Sort of like the old Futurama, spin around the universe a couple of times to get back to where you started. I wonder how time delayed I am. Terrible plan. How time delayed am I? Let's do a ping check. I'll give you a 1. I'll give you a number, and you return back that number, and then I'll calculate quickly how many numbers I counted before it gets back to. Oh. You were 6.5 seconds behind time due to buggering. You know what buggering is, right? Like, the universe is full of a lot of slang terms that sometimes we don't all know them. All right, back to the matters at hand here. More important life things. I'm thinking that instead of joining the Verts right away, I would rather have some sort of persistence. So persistent storage, because once I start getting persistence, I have an art URL, I have meshes that can be edited, I have persistence. I could maybe start inflating some meshes in the Pixie.js and start showing these things animating. I feel like I'm just like, this entire time, I feel like I'm moments away from animating. I'm just moments away from animating. I'm moments away. And it's just like constantly moments away from animating. The real fun part is once I do get some of these meshes sort of set up, I want to actually do multiple types of animation and morphing on them. Like I want to add bones, like having bones with vertex weights. That could be super cool. I don't know how that works, but I think bones would be a good thing to add to the tool. Like just relying on the warp meshes would be like really painful to draw. It looks like people do it because most of the animations I see in Live 2D are based on meshes and not bones. I was also thinking about like ropes, like the ability to like, I could define this as a rope structure, or the same thing with this hair. You define the mesh and then you say, hey, this is a rope, and the idea is that you can say it's firmly attached here, and it has a bit of a stiffness that comes out, but then it dangles down here, and that would allow the hair to be considered free flowing or something. It would just warp the mesh based on the dynamics of some sort of hidden rope in the background. That'd be pretty cool to add physics to everything. Not entirely sure how you do it. But let me add the persistent storage. I'm just going to store things in local storage now for the meshes, and then we'll see how that goes. I really get confused when I see like, still new to the whole Twitch thing, and I see the view number count go up by a couple numbers, and then I look back and they're gone again. It's like, do people really just jump in and leave? That's sad. Jump in and stay a while. Say hi. Yeah, persistent storage is more meaningful to me than just about everything else. So I need to come up with a way of storing the data and then loading the data. So I will put that in my utils. This will be in utils. So this is going to be store data. I think the undo buffer is really the only thing that's it's already encapsulates all the important bits of the data structure. I could just make this, instead of the calling that an undo buffer, I could call it it's like a data buffer. Asset data buffer. Yeah, I gotta save everything because and so that would basically just be state dot shapes, try shapes, URL. Right, so slap this together. And then all I really need to do is just set that. So JSON.stringify data. I just say, I'll save it in its own key. Right, because then that way if I save it in its own key and I put anything else in the local storage, I can have settings or whatever. But then I just, what is it, like local storage dot set item. Oh, I could just say data, comma, data. Stringify data. Commander data. Look at that. So we have a save data function. And so I would want the save data function, like I could just tie it to a button or something over here for now. That probably makes more sense because I'm not saving an undo buffer with it or anything like that. So let's tie it off to the save data, to a button. So the art mesh editor does not have access. So right now, Art Mesh Editor, it maintains all of its state, and then those controls that exist here are actually a whole nother component way above it in the parent. So I'd have to reparent my my data structure. It'd have to be kicked up a level. I'd probably want to build a context for it, or maybe I'll just pass the dispatch. I'd rather do a context eventually, but at the moment I'm not hurting because it's not a context. I suspect I've already gotten to the depth of complexity that I will have in this tool altogether. And what I mean by that is I won't have a deeper hierarchy of components on the display. I don't think. And it's possible I might, but I just don't see it happening. Okay. I really want to get the controls. So I guess that makes sense. And then the app can also load the data too. So I guess that's where we're at. All right, so we will, man. If I did that, I would have to pass in a dispatch, so I'll take, okay, before I do anything else, what did I do here? I made it so I added the, okay, so All I did was add the save data. This way I can revert this code base if I decide that this was an error to walk down right now, but let's do it. I'm going to pull out the reducer from here, and that means that this now needs to take props, which will be state comma dispatch, and this will be art mesh editor props export type equals this, and it'll be state colon art mesh editor state and dispatch, which I already have a dispatch typing for, so let's borrow that. Let me find it. There's a typing for this, because dispatch isn't like just a straightforward thing. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. And I blew right past my typing definition. There it is. Use reducer, art mesh editor state, art mesh editor actions, art mesh reducer. Initial state is all actually inside of this. That's this right here. And shapes comes from my demo shapes, which I won't need much longer. I really probably don't even need them at net right now. And then I did this to them, I mapped them. And demo shapes is in the other folder for art mesh editor, but I will move it down to the app level. Do you want to move? Yes. And then now this should work. And then initial state, this is now updated. It needs a typing for shape. Is probably really mad. Components, art mesh types. Okay, that's fine for now. I probably need to put the art mesh types into the global typings folder. And so then I just guess I gotta put state. Oops. Okay, are we ready to compile? Demo shapes is here. What's it mad at? Okay. Are we good? How broken are we? So the lag when the debugger is open is actually worse now. Like a whole lot worse. It's not as noticeable on the Vertex editor, so it's probably okay. But I will have to figure that out at some point, I imagine. All right, so so this seems to be okay. I don't know if it's 100%, but it feels like it probably is. I'm thinking about breaking out all of my components that I've been building in here, so let's do that. New file, we'll do artshape, artshape.tsx, art mesh editor, artshape, artshape props. Oh, it doesn't use any of these, but it does. It definitely uses React. Okay. Okay, so there we go. So this will now need to get art shape brought in from there. Perfect. So now do art try shape, art try shape.tsx. Shatter, art try shape. Art shape, art right shape. And then art try shape editor. Folder art try shape editor tsx. Export. What? Come on. There you go. Yeah, this is fine. Then there's an art shape outline editor, and that's probably the last thing in this file. I don't even know what this does anymore. I think this was like random debug code. I'm going to drop it. And I'm going to remove the art shape outline editor. We'll just move that too. And this is one that will need vector 2. It's one that always seems to be required. And then I will have actions, which, because of the way I'm doing those, and we will import the actions. Triangulate shape is in my utils. That should auto import. It does. Draggable can auto import. Art mesh editor. So we don't need the art mesh reducer anymore. We don't need point in shape. We probably need point in shape somewhere. I think it's in a comment. I guess not. So don't worry about it. These are types that are no longer needed. Use reducer. Alright, so let's also fix a lot of, so let's put the CSS file up here up top. Pixie render, draggable, primitive area, art mesh editor. So this is local components. These are actions. This is stuff I pulled in from NPM. Local art shape, tri-shape, triangle editors. So something like that. Oh, I didn't export these. Hey, all right. I cleaned up a lot of that junk code the way I was handling it. Yeah, the dragging, I suspect it has something. It's really slow when the debugger's open. So now the meshes can be modified still, like this. Yeah. And then Control Z still works. I need to come up with a series of smoke tests I can run, maybe like an integration test suite for handling it, because I want to see integration testing, and I want to get okay. So I can add the triangle meshes. I can move the verts around. Oh, that got confusing. Okay, so move the verts around. Oh yeah, if I well, that's abysmal. You can't move them if they overlap. Lovely. It's my favorite feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Don't kid yourself. The best feature ever made. Okay, so that's a bug. They don't the reason that's happening is because during the mesh editing, like, I can live with that bug at the moment. Like, I'm not too worried about it, because Control Z will, let you prevent you from having to live with overlapping polygons. The ability to delete a polygon is way up on the list, so that means the ability to, when it's selected like this and you hit delete, what does that mean? The other thing I did earlier was I can add one, I can edit this. Let's say I'm editing this one, I hit Control Z, it's still in edit mode on that one. It's not in edit mode anymore. It's oh no, it actually is in edit mode, but that triangle no longer exists, and because it's undefined and I check it everywhere, all of the code aborts, so it still functions. It's just that you're in a weird state, and I'd like to prevent that from being a thing. I don't know of any elegant way of checking. Hey, the undo buffer happens to just remove the thing you're currently editing. Like maybe you want to change editor mode back to add triangle mode. Is there a way to do that? Let's look into this. So how I would do that is in the reducer. If I was when I'm in editor mode, edit triangle reducer, and I go undo. Yes, this is where the undo stuff starts to kind of break down in a little bit, because I handle it at the top level here. So what I'm saying is, hey, if the editor mode is in edit triangle mode, oh, and you want to control Z, it should have gone into add triangle mode, shouldn't it? Maybe I didn't return the edit mode change. Yeah, I want to return back this editor mode. Okay, so that was my original fix. So basically, anytime you control Z, if I'm here, I go back into add triangle mode, and that's a consistent enough state that it should be fine. Oh, that's interesting. This triangle can't be edited? Oh, when I control Z'd, it worked. So whatever triangle this is busted. Now this makes sense to be able to move this triangle, and then now this one's not. Are these bounding boxes overlapping in a weird way? I think I need to draw the bounding boxes and see what's breaking on those. So let's figure out. So in Art Tri-Shape, I want to draw the bounding box. So that'll just be simply, that'll be a rect, and I can do that with SVG rect. Okay, so it is width, height. I don't think it has it doesn't have an XY. I think it has a translate. Oh no, it does. Okay, you can do XY. Cool. Because I need to visualize this, the rect on this, because yeah, it's be helpful to understand what's broken here. So this needs to be style equals fill colon blue. Sure, stroke can be pink. I'm okay with that. These need to be commas, by the way. The fill opacity can be super transparent, and the stroke opacity can also be super opaque. All that looks beautiful to my eye. So now I need to do the width and height. So it'll be, the width will be, why does this say that? I don't, what? Oh, right, because I was, if you were highlighted, I was making the width height wider in some cases. It's whatever. So this will be B box width, B box width, and that will be tri-shape dot bounds dot max dot subtract tri-shape dot bounds dot min. So that's our size or dimensions. And then I will say the top left corner would just be the min XY, and so that will be, actually, let me just set that, let b box min equals that. Okay, so x will equal bboxmin.x, y will be bboxmin.y, width will just be bboxdim.x, and this will be bboxdim.y, and that should show me some stuff. Hey, look at that. Now we have bounding boxes. Okay, this one's abnormally large. Like, really abnormally large. So is that one. Wait a minute. What is going on here? So we have a triangle that completely lost its... Oh, that's right. It doesn't draw bounding boxes when you're editing them because it's it goes into editor mode. Oh, weird. What just happened there? That's fascinating. So the bounding box just got completely obliterated. Something weird happened when they were overlapping. It probably works for the most part when you're not, you know, when I just do basic editing. No, what is this? Okay, something weird's going on. So let's go back to my bounding box tests that were probably abysmally tiny. Not enough bounding box checks. That's in the utils here. And we have the tri-shape bounding box. The minimum y is a big number and the minimum x is a big y. So this is, if this x is less than min x, well then vert x. If this y is less than min y, well min y equals, oh, haha, that's a problem. That's the bug right there. I know why that test didn't pick up the bugs. I just did the bare minimum simple test. And that bare minimum simple test, the way it worked, yeah, so that fixes it. I was looking at zeros twice on the minimums, and that allowed that branch to slip through. Okay, so persistence. I gotta go focus back on that. Let's look at all the refactor I did. So yeah, it's just the refactor to move the state up into the app level, and to remove and to refactor out all the components that were inside of that one big monolithic file. And I moved demo shapes. So just basically generalized refactor. So git status, git add app. Yep, git add notes. Not node modules. Dear God, no. Refactored art mesh editor, extracted components to files, moved reducer mesh state to app level, fixed in try mesh boundary calculation, like that, and then get status. How did I miss that? Get m. Fixing. I can do an amended, can't I? How do I do? I can't remember how to do the amended. I can't remember how to do an amended from the command line. I always forget that because I don't ever do it. I never make mistakes. Okay, so let's just add that git commit. It's not the greatest git discipline in my little noodling project. That's okay. All right, so now that I've added it here, I want to get the persistence to start working. And then the ability to load and save into local storage should be, I wanted to add it to a button. That was kind of the driver for why I put this up here. So these sliders affect my warp mesh tooling. Yeah, they let me draw a point all the way around the warp mesh. I should probably at some point add some tabs up here so I can switch between the two modes, the asset editor and then the warp mesh editor as well. I probably don't need to have the boundary boxes displayed, but I kind of like them. Yeah, this should be consistent no matter how many random verts I add. Yeah, I like it. Okay. I want to understand what may have happened earlier when I was overlapping these and editing the boundary box. So obviously, like what the click order of these is based on if you're in the boundary box and if you are. So if you click over the boundary box and they're in the order that it's basically it's whoever is highest in the pecking order there. Is what you actually get. So if I click here, I'm always getting this one because it was created before this one, right? So I'm always getting this, or no, I'm actually sorry, I'm selecting this one. It's not, yeah. So this is the one that's selected. If I select here, I get that. So let's see what happens when I try to move this vertex. So this is where it gets a little interesting because when I try to move the vertex, it actually changes selection, which I don't think I fully understand why it doesn't have the same behavior. It's so odd to me that it doesn't have a similar behavior at the very least. But if I just click randomly in this area, I get that selection. But if I click over here on this vertex, it selects the whole different triangle. Like, why you do this? Why you do this to me? That's a weird behavior. And then the same thing's true over here. I can select this triangle all I want. I can select this triangle all I want. But the minute I want to select this vertex, it switches triangles, which makes moving these insufferably difficult, obviously. I think one way around that is the ability to delete triangles. So I could do that as well. So if if you have a triangle or mesh selected and you just whack the delete button, it'll just delete it. And I can just stuff it into the undo. Delete should be really easy to like. Yeah, delete would be super easy to implement. I just delete the currently selected one in the editor. Let me see if I can implement that quickly. So art mesh reducer. So in key down right here, I don't want a crowd key down in here. I want it to be in the editor. Yeah, I want it to be in edit mode, edit triangle mode, editor mode, add triangle, edit triangle reducer. If action.payload.type, or no, action.type, type equals key down, dot payload dot code equals, I think just delete like this. Don't assign it, compare it. And what I want to do is I want to swizzle around with some of these, the state variables. I want to generate a new shapes array, a tri-shapes array. So const tri-shapes equals state, state. Tri-shapes like this. Oh, actually, I want to do this. I want to create a whole new one by pulling out the tri-shapes here. So whole new tri-shape, and then if the key down is delete, I want to push an undo buffer, or push an undo state. And let undo buffers equal state.undo buffers. And I want to just, if I do hit delete here, I want to just get the undo buffers out. Tri-shapes, undo buffers, yeah. And then I want to do I want to slice tri-shapes for the currently being edited one. And I want to set the mode back to add triangle. Yeah. So editor mode will also get updated. Let editor mode equal state.editor mode. Undo buffers. So in this case, I'm going to say editor mode equals add triangle. So we're going to go back to that mode. What is it? I need to remove an element from an array. It's going to be tri-shapes equal tri-shapes dot slice. Or is it splice? I can never remember. Why can I never remember exactly how to delete an element out of an array in JavaScript? Like it's so silly. I do it thousands of times a month and I can never remember the AvaScript. Splice. Okay, it is splice. Replaces one element at index 4 with that. So what I want to do is splice state.editor tri-shape, right? The index start, I want to remove one element. So I'm going to remove one element, but then I'm not going to return, I'm not going to put anything else in there. That's a splice. Uh-oh. What? Maybe it requires 3 arguments at all times? Start comma number, delete count, question mark number, or undefined. Why is it mad at me? Editor try shape should be a number. Oh, because it could be undefined. Okay. Well, you could have just said that. If not state editor return return state. Like that. Okay. Whew. Crisis averted. This is const try shapes. Oh yeah, and so you just do this because it doesn't return back anything. It literally just modifies the thing in place, which is why you duplicate it in the first place. All right, so now try shapes have been updated. I pushed undo buffers, so in theory, I just do this. Undo buffers, editor mode, try shapes. Boom. So if I'm in my editor and I just whack delete, maybe I gotta refresh. I'm editing one, I hit delete, nothing happens. Maybe I got the keyboard event wrong. Code, key, okay. And we are in editor mode, edit triangle, edit triangle reducer. I need to maybe reduce I need to start splitting these things out into more manageable truth states that are not as one big barf of code in a file. At some point. Let's see. Okay. Well, I guess what I want to do is just see if something's happening in this. You know, if the action is key down and the payload code is delete, then we want to, right? Because this is code delete. Yeah, that's right. So let's sure, that's a good enough little message. I got nothing. Okay, so let's double check that this is being called. In edit triangle mode, dispatch action reducer, edit, editor mode, edit triangle reducer. We are in the edit triangle mode. Oh, am I doing something stupid with the no, it is actually okay, I'm looking. Oh, I know what's going on. My main reducer here captures all key down events and doesn't dispatch them to anybody else. Okay, key down. So that breaks the delete. That also move triangle vert reducer. This should break this too. So if I'm in a move triangle and I hit escape, yeah, the cancel. See, this is, I don't know. The there needs to be so you know, it's like sometimes you learn how to code certain things in a vacuum, and there weren't a lot of good React developers, and I feel like there is a good way to compose reducers together, and I am not doing it. Like, this just feels like there must be a better pattern, and I'm just not following it. Which it's fine, you know, like this happens when you're coding and you come across complex problems you got to solve. You know, often there is no straightforward solution. You know. In this case, I need to probably move all of those little tidbits of other key down event handlers into here, at least for the immediate. I'm just going to do that because it's just going to be the fastest and easiest way to get to a solution. So, you know, I'm going to say, hey, if action payload, this is going to be if editor mode. Oh, I already got an editor mode. If action, oh. All right, we're going to do this. This guy gets to begin its own scope. And editor mode will always be set because I'll need to look at it a lot. If editor mode dot $r equals, and this is move triangle vert. In action payload code is escape, and just return abort state, abort the move triangle vert. That should work. So let's see if the abort still works. Boom, boom, boom. Yep, I'm happy with that. And then if we want the delete button to work, I need to then So in this situation, I want to look to see if editor mode edit triangle payload code and we don't care. I don't care about anything else happening in this particular state. I can bail. I can then do try shapes. Go ahead and build that. Let undo buffers equal that. I don't care about this anymore. I already know that I'm in that position where I want to just set the mode to add triangle. We don't need this. Editor mode, add triangle. Why is it mad at me? Too many oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Undo buffers. Const undo buffers. Try shapes, splice. I'll just, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Return state editor mode, add triangle, undo buffers, and try shapes. So we have those. So this should allow me to hit the delete button when editing. So click, 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 delete. It is gone. Click, click. Hit delete. I don't want that one. Oh, it broke. Hit Control Z. Oh, that is even better. Control Z. No, the undo worked. That's good. Okay. So add triangle, add triangle, add triangle. Select the one in the middle and hit delete. That worked. I'm in add triangle mode, which I would expect to be in. So I hit this. I get a new triangle on the tool. It's not in selected mode. That's a good sign as well. I can hit delete. Hit another one. Hit delete. Add one. Add one. Add one. Edit one. Move a vertex. Now Control Z. Undo the move. Undo add. Undo add. Undo add. Undo delete. Undo delete. Redo delete. Undo original delete. Undo add. Undo add. Undo add. So that looks good. Okay. So what was the weirdness I just saw a moment ago? I don't know. Weird. Okay. I had to hit delete twice in that mode. Okay, hold on. Let's see what's going on there. So triangle, triangle. I then select this one, I delete it, hit A, add a new triangle, select that triangle, hit delete, it worked. Okay, so that's not the bug. This one didn't delete. Why didn't this one delete? I can't delete it at all. I am in the edit triangle mode. State underscore try shapes. I only have, oh, I know what's going on. It's because it's the 0 element. I can't delete 0 from the, yep. Click, 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 click. This one's 0 and it can't be deleted because I guard against editor try shape. My editor try shape needs to be testing for undefined, not truthiness. And there's probably a couple of editor try shape tests that I do. But they're all doing undefined. Yeah. So that's what that bug is. No big deal there. So click, 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 click the first one, hit delete. Yep, I can delete the first one. I can delete the second one. That almost felt like I had to hit delete twice. Let me double check this. Okay, so click, 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 boom, delete. Then I click this one, hit delete, it deletes. Hit this one, hit delete, it deletes. I got no more triangles to add or to delete. So delete, delete the middle one, delete this one, delete this one. Now Control Z all that. And then let's delete this one from the list, but Control Z that. Yeah, this is all. Oh yeah, this is rocking. I can get somewhere with this. So then the idea is I can pop in a triangle. I can start moving the mesh material around. I can split the mesh, split again. I can split this one here. Yep. Okay. Here, here. Yep. Yep. This can work. Not bad for 3.5 days worth of work on, I think, this one portion of it. Is it 2 days worth of work? I don't know, maybe 3 days worth, something like that. The ability to delete a vertex is important too. I want to be able to delete vertexes, but only ones that are consistent. Like it deletes the whole triangle, just to make it not stupid. Like that's a lot of code to try to purge a triangle in the middle of this mesh. Yeah, if I deleted this vertex, it would have to delete that vertex. It would delete all triangles that happened to be touching that vertex. So yeah, it would purge all of them. That would definitely be a thing. All right. Well, I'm happy with where the buffer state and all the undo, redo, or undo is working. And I want that local storage. So we're going to focus on that hardcore now. Let me commit what I've got as well. All right, so I implemented deleting of try mesh while editing. And I think we're good. So let me update my notes as well. I forgot to do that. Okay. Yeah, so persistence. It's way up on the top of my list now. So I'm just going to make it so I can just have a save button for now. It doesn't need to be more elegant than that. That's probably more than enough for me. So here's the foo. I will just make the foo say save, and that's in my control panel. And control panel gets this options and set options, which is like meh. Not the greatest, not the worst. Let's go in here. I have state and dispatch for this thing, which is this right here. So now my controls.tsx, I need to do the same thing to its props. Just need to add these things in. So yeah, oh, sorry, need to bring these in. I need to probably move those. Yeah. I need to eventually refactor that reducer to be a little bit less ridiculous. It's kind of getting a little, it's getting a little verbose. I probably need to break down sort of like the atomic sort of things I want to do, like utility functions, like adding a vertex, deleting a vertex, moving things, deleting triangles. Those need to be individual functions that are then called from the reducers as they determine when to act upon those things during the state. Right now, everything's just kind of buffered between if statements, and I'm kind of examining the code repeatedly to understand what the hell it's supposed to do. That is not a good way to write code. So we will, am I still, okay. Yeah, because I need to send in the state, and the dispatch. All right, so now the controls have the ability to dispatch stuff. And I need to make this foo button a save button. Save. And I will say on click. Actually, all I have to do is, yeah, I already got that button. It's there's a save arts mesh state save. It's in my utils. Save data. So save data. So go back to controls. Save data. Save data. State. Really? Art mesh editor state. Cannot find. Oh, right, because I didn't extract it. It's props.state. Props.state. What on earth? Okay. So if let's create some tri-meshes, drag some vertexes out here. Look at that, splitting them up, making a beautiful tri-mesh, wrapping stuff in the middle of my screen. Looks beautiful. All right, so then I just hit save, which should have just did a thing, and then I can do local storage dot get the get item data. Is that the one? Hey, look at that. So I saved shapes. Oh, this should be shapes and tri shapes, right? Oh, I just realized there's a few extra people hanging out here. Welcome to the stream. I'm trying to build a 2D art asset editor flow in a browser from scratch, just for reasons. And the idea is that there's a whole bunch of parametric warping that I've solved and sorted out. And yeah, jump in chat and ask any questions if you want. If you have any more questions about what I'm working on, or want to tell me how I'm doing it wrong, by all means. I'm more than happy to hear it. But right now I'm working on the mesh, the triangular mesh editor, so I get like a UV editor, and these meshes are like they hurt my head to think about how to do a good editor. So I'm doing an editor, and it's going to be an okay editor, but it guarantees a few things, like the triangles will always be in clockwise windings, so that was important to me. As long as you don't make the triangles overlap. And so the editor is like, it's good enough for me to use it. I would never like subject anyone to using this tool. And the more I get used to how it works, I'll come up with better tooling as it go along. But yeah. So yeah, we have data in there. Let's create a load state then. Let's do that. So on button save, let's just add a button in here that says load, and then I will say dispatch actions dot load data, and then I will say I will pass that a string. So let me just do that. I'll say local storage dot get item data. Like should I make load data like read from a string, or load data should just be something that just automatically knows how to read from local storage? I feel like that kind of undermines the contract that an action would really have, because actions are really like stupidly tiny. They kind of almost do nothing. I need to import the actions right here. Oh yeah, that's gonna be, man, I need to get these. Sorry about the background noise. It's got a drag strip out my front door. Okay, yep. And so now dispatch, it's props.dispatch. We'll do that all over again. And then go to actions, and then actions will, ooh. I don't think I've ever done that one before. So this is export, functions, save data. And this is going to be, or sorry, load data. Load data, this is going to be data string art mesh editor action. This is going to return type load data. Payload is just going to be, we'll do json.parse data. Like, I feel like that undermines the contract too. I think I just probably just pass in the data directly. And now I need to fix art mesh editor action to have a load data. So down here we'll say or type load data payload full string. Good enough. So then in, losing my brain here. Oh, I need to go into the reducer and implement what load data means, I guess, at this point. So art mesh editor reducer, art mesh reducer. So somewhere in the main reducer, we need to insert a load data, so we can do that. I won't do that here. I'm gonna do that right underneath the key down. So we'll say case load data. I need to JSON parse action.payload action.payload. So const data equals this. So this is an undo buffer. I could probably push an undo buffer, and that way I could actually do, if I push an undo buffer, push undo state, I could actually undo the load. Just, you know, why not? So I will start out by saying load data, undo buffers, push unload state, return here state, comma, undo buffers, comma, and then this is actually, oh yeah, this needs to be as, so the data is a data buffer, asset data buffer is what it should be. And it's mad because it doesn't like that, because it doesn't trust me. I trust me. So we'll just lie to it a whole bunch. And if that's the case, I get shapes, try shapes, and the URL. And so I can just move that over. Shapes, try shapes, and the URL. So that should be enough. I need to set the editor mode to, for now it's going to be just add triangle. And then the editor try shape undefined, and then the editor shape also should be undefined, and that should prevent it from having any weirdness in the state for when this when the load data happens. And then I gotta figure out why I'm getting some weird glitchies here. Okay, so actions load data. What's it saying? Error in cannot find dispatch. Cannot find name dispatch. I shouldn't have that problem anymore. String or null is not a... Damn it. Like... You know what's worse? Is that get item is obviously returning string or null, not string or undefined. That's infuriating because in TypeScript, if it was undefined, I could just make the argument optional. But instead, I gotta make the argument, you know, except the null or something, you know, data string or null. I can't do it a different way. So this is now mad at me. So if it's a null, then it's just a no op. Now see, I can't even do a no op. So I really just need to make the payload capable of handling the null. It needs to trickle all the way down, I guess. I don't really know if this seems like the more correct way to handle it. And then so in my reducer, all the way back over here, where it's like, no, bro, you got a null payload. We can't do this. It's not cool, man. I don't like it when you have a bad payload. So if it's a action payload, if action.payload is null, return state, we just abort, and we're good. All right, so now let's go ahead and refresh the page. Got nothing on the screen, and I hit load, and it crashes, which, amazing. Try shape bounds max subtract is not a function, so that tells me that a try shape boundary did not get JSON encoded, which it cannot because it needs to be inflated. So my state actually contains some intelligent classes, and I was dumb to think I could just simply save it and restore it. So I will need to build an actual save and restore that encodes the data a little more robustly. The save is actually fine. The export function load data. This will be a data buffer. What did I call that? Art data, oh man, I can't remember what I called that. Types, bounds, editor, asset data buffer. That's what it is. So in the utilities, I will have a load data that returns back an asset data buffer. Return. So shapes, like just be an empty array for now. Try shapes, colon empty array, and then a URL that is also an empty string. I can do, all right, so if I do all that, this should, if I just execute load data, and I can put data string or null here. No, I'm just going to force it to take a string only. That way the reducer will have to do all the dirty work. So in my reducer, when I'm loading the data, instead of JSON parse directly, I'll just call the load data, and it's already properly typed, so I don't have to go through the rigmarole there. So this should work, but what it'll do is it'll wipe out the URL, so there will no longer be art assets, and it'll wipe out the shapes on the screen. So if I hit load, it consistently is empty the way I would expect. So let's implement what load does in the utilities. I'm just going to iterate. So I'm just going to take the JSON.parse of the data. And so now I need to iterate over all of the things that come back out of this. Why? Oh, I'm overwriting data. Buffer. Okay, so buffer.shapes. So I would expect to have buffer.shapes available to me. So const shapes. Yeah, that'll be a shape array is equal to buffer.shapes.map shape return, and so this should return back a shape itself. Shape is declared but value in the read map. It's gonna, why is it not? I thought you could make it so a shape just has vertexes, so that's just an array of xy's. So this is returning back a shape, and so now this is just returning back vertexes. The vertexes are shape.vertexes.map v new vector2 v.x v.y. I feel like it has code that did this or somewhere else. So this should inflate the buffer. So the shape array should be now completely reinflated correctly. So let's pass that along and see what happens. So now when I go back to my code here and I refresh it and I load the shapes out, so if I hit load, I'll lose the URL, but the squares and the outlines will stay. So those are the serialized shapes that I stored. Now let's do that same with the tri-shapes. Tri-shapes are a little more complex, but the tri-shapes actually do have a vertex in them. So we'll do the same thing, or very similar. So this is tri-shapes, and this is tri-shape. And then it needs to be imported, and I will also make this thing return a tri-shape, so force some typing. Hello to those who have joined in the last 15-20 minutes since I said hello. I'm currently trying to build a 2D art asset editor, and welcome to hang out, ask questions. All right, so the tri-shapes, they do have, so a tri-shape does have vertices. So tri-shape, vertexes, right? And he's missing the file tri-shape triangles, right? Because I need to also add triangles, which can be empty. I think that could be empty. Is there something else that's missing? It's missing bounds, right? So I need to do bounds. Bounds I can calculate after I get the other portions of this calculated. I can just so I probably want to just do this instead of, I want to say const tri-shape equal to, no, I'm iterating it over buffer tri-shapes, right? And I'm getting a single tri-shape here. This is the tri-shape, like this is data. So this is the raw or something like that, or raw or something. And then I want to create a tri-shape like this. This is result. I'll do that. So I just want to set bounds to something that's just idiotic for now, because it doesn't matter, because nothing reads the boundaries in this situation. I need to do new on these, new. So right, I need bounds. So I set the boundary, and then I set in here the triangles. So the triangles will be set, and then the vertexes, All right, and then what I can do before I just return, and I can use my tri-shape bounding box. Tri-shape bounding box result like this, and that should update. Oh. What? Tri-shape. Oh, it gives bounds. It just gives you the bounds. Okay. Result dot bounds equals this. Return result. So this should be all I need to get the rest of this loaded. So let's fix the verts. Yep. And then 1 second. All right, sorry about that. The okay, so I got to iterate over the triangles. Triangles is simple enough. It's just a okay. So we take the tri-shape dot triangles dot map. It's just an array of vert indexes. So this is going to be a t. You know what? This should just I should just be able to copy that right over. Tri-shape dot triangles. I shouldn't need to do anything to it. It should just work. So for most cases, it should just work. All right, so now the only thing I don't copy over is the URL, I think. So hit load. I had tri-shape saved, so I'd expect to see some tri-shapes. Oh, it's because I didn't actually put the tri-shapes into the, and this is buffer.url. Okay, so that should hopefully, look at that. I loaded up data. And I can select them. And Control Z actually undoes the loading of all the data. So I like that. That works out. So some persistence. It isn't probably the best, but it's better than none. And so now the editor is really close to complete enough to start using it. I'll need to do a couple more features on the tri-mesh editing itself. I'm trying to maintain some git status, some git discipline here. Git add source app, add notes, git commit -m. Okay, added some persistence. Okay, so for me, I think what I would like to see is I want it to load on initialization, so I need to get the persistence data to load instead of, like, you know, it basically, yeah. I also almost kind of want the ability to have multiple load states before we edit these meshes in the UVs. So I'm not too worried about the individual port, like recording multiple states. It would, like, basically like saving multiple files. Like I might want to be able to save multiple states, but it's probably not important right now. So yeah, this is getting there. I really want to make something work with it. Like that's like my, like my real big interest right now is to start seeing this stuff actually have some sort of weight inside the rest of the tooling. The other thing I don't know 100%, like I'm mostly certain that my editing tool for this mesh keeps the loops in clockwise coordinate, like so that it maintains clockwise windings when I edit these triangles, but I don't actually know that 100%. I don't have any way of like properly vetting it, right? Like I don't know how to detect if a triangle is in clockwise winding. I'm sure there's a geometric, tool for it. I think, like I was thinking about it earlier, if you calculated the area of the triangle or the area, uh, you could, like the winding order would be obvious because you could calculate the area, sort of like how you calculate the area of a bounding box. So like, all these points are in clockwise direction. Well, you would take their value and it would end up being, since this is positive x to more greater than x, it would generate a positive positive sized area against the lower boundary. And so you could take all of these areas that, this segment down to the lower line and add it. And then if you subtracted, you get the area here, it'd be a negative area for all of these. I think that would work. And you could also determine winding order because it would just sort of come out of that. I think that's the way to do it. Okay, so I want to be able to, I'm going to purge all of the data that's in there right now. And so in ArtMesh editor or in the app TSX, I'm going to drop all the data that's in there. So initial state, I'm going to drop shapes will just be empty. I'll leave the texture alone. So let's refresh. So now I can save this. Saved, I assume. And then loading it. Yep, nothing got loaded. So now I can start maybe, adding a triangle mesh around the face and maybe, add some triangle meshes around the eyes and get these elements like wrapped up into the tool somehow. Yeah, I guess I'm thinking about what I need to do next, and I guess it really is just being able to join verts. And I probably need to come up with test cases because I don't know if I'll be able to do that without some kind of test case. I'm thinking about the simple case that I could use where I join verts. I don't think I want to deal with the. So there's a couple situations I could write code for, right? So I have this, I split this, so now I have this new box here. And let's say that I have something in the middle right here, right? Deleting a vert from here would mean that these four triangles disappear, right? But if I delete these four triangles, it makes this a quad, and there's no triangle structure anymore. There's no, and I don't know how to find quad loops in my. Well, I don't even support the idea of a quad loop. I only support triangles anyway. So there would be a bug. Something would explode. So I don't know how to just purge these without, having some issue. And I don't also know how to organize these structures. Let's say that I just had an arbitrary list of points or whatever. So my initial shape structures were just that, an arbitrary list of points. I don't know how to reconcile an arbitrary list of points with another arbitrary list of points to say that these two things should somehow constructively build a triangular mesh. I get a little lost trying to understand what that would even imply or mean. So I don't know what algorithms can be used to make this editor a little better. What I think I want in the general form is a couple of things. So this triangle on the left side right here, if I move this vert here, there's no reason why I can't make that a feature where this vert coming in over here would just remove this triangle loop and then join these two verts, right? It would remove the one vert, it would remove the triangle, and it would just make these endpoints all fit. So deleting a triangle that has the ability to like join on a common point, that should be doable for myself. Obviously there's other tooling that can be doable. So that's a good feature to have. So I'm going to add that into the notes. So I will then add ability to collapse triangle on common edge. So this is like removing a triangle based on a common edge. Add ability to join a new common or new edge. Oh, I guess it's not a common. It is a common edge, but it's not. It's on collapse triangle. By joining 2 points. Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to say. And then the ability to join a new triangle. Ability to create a new triangle by joining 2 points with a line. Right, so this would be these two would be good features to have. So if I have both of these features, I think that's just enough for me to really edit the artwork and kind of give it a good usable UV. Maybe not the best, but usable. So let me think here. trying to think of which one of these I want to do first. Joining a line might be the easier of the two. Joining a triangle. What that means is that, let's say I split this and I split this, and now I have this triangle I want to join here. I want to join these two lines. So what that means is I have a point right here. If I try to say, if I come over here and I try to join this point, this middle point, the tool would have to say, no, you can't join that point. And the reason you can't join that point is because that particular point has a lot of neighbors attached to it, right? That's not true. There are valid points that it could connect to. No, there are not. When a triangle is interior to the outer shell, there's no valid point I can ever construct that it can join to, because it has to be adjoining triangles. So what this means is I don't know how to answer that question, actually. Damn. Let's see. I don't know how to justify the condition on that point. I guess because it has a bunch of neighbors, like, right? It's like, oh, this one has line segments. So, but if I tried to add a point to this line or this vertex, there's no vertex that's valid. Actually, that's not true, because this vertex is now valid for it to join to. But any of the points on the interior don't have any valid points they can attach to, and I'm not sure how to rationalize that logically. I mean, I'm not 100% sure that that's geometrically truthful, but it seems like it at first blush that there's no point, like there's no valid point that, say, this line can ever connect to, or this point can ever connect to. Any point that I would create here would just create more triangles. See, that just creates more triangles. So there's no point that I can create in here that it would connect to. So what is the definition of these 2 points connecting, right? Okay. Something just clicked in my brain. So the idea of joining these two lines, maybe you're not technically joining the two lines. Maybe you're saying, hey, I'm going to join the gaps that exist on a triangle for this particular point. And if I went over here and I searched all of the points that share this point, there will be no gaps. But if I look at this point, I could find legs that don't join each other from here to here. See, like I could find this loop. Now that would validate, like if you come over here, it would let you connect the 2 points here and here, even though they're degenerate, right? It would build I could always examine the winding order too, so I could find, okay, I got this. So if I want to join, say, these 2 points, I would want to find a common point that they can join to. Or for the moment, I can just make the UI. I click this point and I say, "Hey, join an exposed edge on this point." It looks for the missing leg on its legs that all emerge from it. It creates a new triangle based on what it's at the orders of the existing triangles, and if it's in clockwise order, it allows the change. And if it's in counterclockwise order, it prevents the change. So a point like this, if I tried connecting it now, it could generate a clockwise order that wouldn't be inverted. But if it was over here and I clicked it, it wouldn't be able to join these 2 points because they would be in clockwise order. That would prevent it from producing anything but convex polygons, I think. Now it sounds like this would work. So now I got to build out the pieces of code that would. Terrible Plan said find neighbors that don't form a ring. So maybe you can explain your thought process there a little more. I don't find a ring that don't form a ring. Right. So right here, like you're talking about an internal point. Well, so this ends up being a situation where you have it's a lot of lookup data, and I have to be able to. I probably want to be able to vet each individual triangle attached to a point. Yeah, and see which ones do not connect. And yeah, no, I think we're thinking the same thing. I think that's what I was suggesting here when I was talking about joining these 2 points, this one and this one, in the editor tool. Yeah. Hmm. Well, I think what I should do is let's start setting up a test, right? I want to get some data that allows me to run tests. So let's do that. I'm going to refresh this thing, and I have an idea. Got an idea. I'm just going to go ahead and create a structure, and then I'll just save this. And now it's in my local storage. Or not? Did I just break this? Oh, because I don't load on a restart. Duh. I need to get load on restart. That needs to go in the notes. Load on restart. I'll probably remember that one though. It'll be painful. Oh, we're about 3.5 hours in. At 4 hours, I'll probably call it. No matter where I'm at, I don't want to keep doing. I don't want to do another 5 hour stream. That was a little bit rough. Something you said made me remember something I had thought of earlier. When you have this triangle mesh structure, and you have a whole bunch of stuff going on in here. Let's say that I tried to insert a point at this point right here, right? Every leg that it is attached to is actually 2 legs. So this triangle actually has this point actually has 2 legs here. One for this triangle, one for that triangle. So every one of these line segments that have a vertex will either have a vertex from A to B or B to A. And if I find line segments A to B and B to A throughout the system, throughout the whole graph, then that means I can't create any conjoined verts on it. But if I come here, this line segment only exists as an AB, not a BA. And this one might be a BA, but not an AB. Like, it only has one neighbor, which is itself. It only has one triangle that it's attached to. So that would be the one that you could connect it to. So that could be a good way to look through the structure. That might be easier. Okay. What I wanted to do was I want to look at shape 0 and just encode the data into a test. So let's do that. State try shapes 0. And I don't know which vertex is the one I actually want to touch. Oh man, I don't know which vertex is the one I want to say, oh, add this vertex. I guess I could make a tool that just looks at all the vertexes and look for ones that could be connected. Well, see, the problem I have a little bit of this is I'm going to have to be smart about this because I don't want to add I don't want to say, oh, add a vertex here, because what it'll do is it'll be like, oh yeah, this line and this line don't have neighbors, so let's connect them, and that creates a completely degenerate UV shape because it'll make a triangle that's inside out. And I don't know how to necessarily predict the clockwise order of these either. That's the other thing that's kind of boggling my brain, because I'm creating a new one without really any good evidence of what I should be doing with this new vertex. I don't know how to say, yep, this is the leg I want to connect to this leg in this order. Be careful of an hourglass shape where there are two possible solutions. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Right now we cannot get to that shape. But I wouldn't care if that was a thing, right? Like the reason I'm building the lookup tool the way I'm thinking about building it is because I really ultimately do want to connect from point to point. But I'm thinking that it might be easier just to say, make this into a, fix this triangle for me. Just because that might be easier right now in the UI. Not as the penultimate, or more of the penultimate solution instead of the ultimate solution. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to just manually type this mesh out to get it. Let me just start coding. Coding is better than thinking. Who thinks? So I'm thinking maybe I will just code it up for the special case of just yeah, knowing that I'm creating a crossing line could be difficult. I say difficult. It's not that it's hard. It's hard for me to do it. It's just it sounds like it might be a lot of extra code to write. I'm hoping I can do this without a mountain of random code of stuff I don't understand. Like I'll have to download a geometry library and say, oh, does this line segment intersect all the 600 other line segments I have to deal with? Oh, well, you can't create that line segment. And I also worry about, like, is there an upper boundary to the number of line segment crossings I can test? 600, it's probably not that big of a deal. 20,000, that could be a problem. Also, if you're editing this with 20,000 verts, then you're probably doing something right, because I couldn't imagine having to manage that with the editor tools I built. I would feel embarrassed for you. Um, Okay. I'm not sure what you mean by the in an hourglass. So, terrible plan said, don't just don't connect the diagonals, which would make an internal crossing vertex. Um, I was thinking what you mean. Were you implying that against the hourglass shape that you could create if you had deletes? Is that what you were thinking? Um, because I don't think it would actually. The resolver wouldn't see those as valid. I don't think. I guess it might. Yeah, that would be weird. I'm going to do the case that I truly want, which is just, hey, join these two verts, yes or no, right? And I think that's what I'm going to work on. That way, it's just a little bit more. It's a little less guesswork and search work. I can do one specific thing and do that precisely. What that means is that I got to set up some stuff. So join tri-shape points. This is going to require me to have a tri-shape as a result. Yeah, I I I guess you're right in that it could somehow see those opposite corners as valid targets. I like my brain doesn't want to see that they could see it, but I think you're correct. It could see those as valid targets when trying to join the center point to like, close these triangles. It wouldn't know. Yeah, like yeah, it might just be like, here's four new lines for you. Crisscross lines and two side lines, and that would be that would be terrible. So join try shape points. So this is a function that is not a usable function in any way, shape, or form at the moment. But we have this. Try mesh utilities. We need test shape 2. So let test shape 2 try shape. For each test shape 2 equals this thing, where I have bounds of just 0, 0, so I'll just do that because min colon new vector 2 0 0 max colon new vector 2 0 0 and triangles colon nothing that's important, just an array of empty stuff. Vertexes, an array of empties, and then okay, it can join a triangle from 2 points. All right, so let's think about a couple of scenarios. One of the ones I thought about earlier is one that could happen. So I would create a new triangle. I'd be editing it. I'll split this one a couple of ways. Is that what I want? And then, so I've got a couple of splits here, and I split this. Yeah, these are all the same scenario, so they don't really matter that they're geometrically they look different. So, this point and this point can never be connected, right? Like this would be illegal, but this point would be legal, and it's no different than like say when it would be like this. It doesn't look different because it's just logic loops that I'm covering. So I think if I say, yeah, go ahead and connect A to B. All I have to do is look at all of the nodes that A and B have. I look to see if, like, so A, I look to see if it has a vert in any other line segment. So I'm connecting from A to here. Do I have a vert on any other line segment? So I have this line segment, and this line segment are all attached to me. Okay, cool. Then I say which ones only have one neighbor. So this line segment exists twice in the tri-mesh array. This line segment only exists once in the tri-mesh array. And then this line segment only exists once in the tri-mesh array. So I select these two line segments. Now these two are the testing line segments. Then I say, okay, do the exact same for the other vert. And I say, oh, this one only has this leg and this leg that have no, that only have one neighbor or one triangle. And then it says, great, which one of those line segments share a line segment with the other? So this will be a 2x2 comparison. And I'll say, oh, this line segment, this point is a point that we both share on a leg. So now that I know 3 points, I can then just create a triangle. I still don't know the order, though. Terrible Plan said, I think you could get that with any multiply concave sort of shape. Yeah, when multiply concave, I see what you're saying. Yes, you could get a lot of degeneracies, I suspect, if I'm not perfect with the logic here. But I think I'm just going to struggle through it. I have a plan. I think the plan is decent. It's probably not, perfect, but it's good enough. So I will follow through with this. I'm getting to the end of my stream, but I'm going to go ahead and finish this portion. If this testing seems to be like it's getting somewhere, I'll keep this part. I'll keep going. But if I feel like I'm kind of running into stumbling blocks, I'm just going to call it. So that's where we're headed for now. So let's see where this goes. So I want a tri-mesh that I can edit with. I have in the I have this one. I can't move. Okay, there it is. Oh yeah, this is a bug I noticed. If I middle click here, because I have a G element grouping all of the interfaces here, I can middle click anywhere in here and drag just fine, right? But if I click outside of the art asset, it does not work. So I have to click inside the art asset. I need to move that mouse capture higher up in the Terrible Plan said, just be glad my keep streaming you coward attack has like a 3-day cooldown. Yeah, a good portion of why I'm still doing this is because Terrible Plan's it's like, yeah, you could get that working, and yeah, I can. Time is no bearing on time, but yeah, sure, I can. Can is a subjective statement, I suppose. Okay. Yep, there's my demo data. Oh, you know what I can do with this? I can do a load data, and I can get a data string here. I need to make the data string needs to be more than what I have. So let me go back to my screen, hit F5, hit load. Yes, so all I have in the data stream is what I need. That's great, actually. So local storage, get item data, and I will copy that string over there. And oh, I like that. Man, why didn't I do this persistence thing earlier? Why is this not happy? Oh, right, because it wants. Okay, so load data should give me my what's that? It's a asset buffer. It's an asset buffer. So const buffer equals this. Okay. So I need to figure out which triangles are which points. Oops, are these top 2 points? I don't quite know how to like do that from my list, but I know I could do it by slipping it up here. Let's move it up there. It's going to be in Art App TSX. In the Art Mesh Editor, there's a div at the bottom of the screen. That's this right here. That's editor mode, and then I will say in here, state dot. It's going to be highlighted tri-shape vert 1 is what it should be. That's vert 3 and vert 0. So 3 to 0 is my joining connection. And I'm just for kicks, I kind of like having that up there. I'm going to throw in the highlight vert 2. So I don't, if you remember, if you saw the other stream I did the other day, I think you didn't see the one last night. That's right. Terrible. I mentioned that I actually don't have any lines defined. All I do is have the verts, and the verts are defined, and these lines are just drawn from the knowledge of the loop that is a triangle, right? When I hover over a line, you'll notice that the two numbers become 3 and 5 over here. So that's the, obviously the verts that were. So 3 and 5 is this one, and this is 5 and 0. That's how I know to actually, when I mouse over a point, I set vert 1 to be that point, and when I mouse over a line, I set vert 1 and vert 2 to be that line's two vertices, and that's how when I click a line, it knows that, oh, it has two vertices selected. I must split this line, and then it just goes and looks through all the line segments and the triangles and splits them all with logic. That's kind of how it works. Yeah. I can't wait till I actually just send this thing off to the GPU to render a mesh. That's all I really want. This other stuff, it's all for the birds. Making this stuff actually work worth a shit, that's for the birds. Let's see if it loads. Hey, I'll take it. And I want to do a quick site verification on vertexes to verify that the right vertex is loaded in the right order, so I have a good reference. So I know that this is what was in the loaded buffer. So if I just load it back up and click it for the birds, what year is it? I was out getting dinner last week, and someone asked me how I was doing because they were making small talk in the delivery window. I go, oh, I'm fair to middling. As an older gentleman, he looks at me and is like, I haven't heard that in years. I was like, oh, my great grandmother used that all the time. My grandparents as well. It just popped in my head, and then I was like, oh man, fair to middling. Also, whenever someone says what year is it, I just think of like Jumanji. What year is it? Like that's always like the sound bite in my head that pops out. Imagine being trapped in Jumanji for like however long he was trapped in there, like 50, 30 years, I don't know, 20 years, I don't know, it's a ridiculous amount of time. It does not sound like a good time. That does not sound like a good time at all. Okay, so I think this is vert 3. Let's get this show on the road. Vert 3 and 0. So 0 should be more or less the smallest y and the second largest x. So the smallest y, this is 150. Literally all of this is definitely the smallest y, and this is 224, which is the second smallest. Yeah, only followed up by 1. So that looks accurate to me. And then this one looks like it's the smallest possible x, so it should be the smallest. I got to stop switching the wrong windows. Which this looks to be the smallest possible x. It is not the smallest. So vert 3. It is around 123, 158. Oh, it's yeah. Sorry, I was on the wrong index because I was off by 1. Yeah, so this is it. Yeah, about the smallest x, and that's good enough. So I trust that my data is correct to some degree. I'm not going to keep this inline buffer snapshot thing. I just wanted to verify some assumptions on it. All right, so then at this point, what I want to do is I want to join my tri-shape points. So const, what does this return back? A tri-shape? Tri-shape equals join buffer dot shapes is tri-shapes 0, and I wanted to join points. I guess it doesn't matter which order I specified them in, right? So 0 and 3. Oh, I keep doing that, clicking the wrong terminal. For the bird. Oh, terrible plan slaps Prozac God around with a bit with a large trout. Oh my God! IRC messages. Best feature of Twitch chat being IRC-ish underneath. What was that? Wasn't there like a wet noodle or something, like one of those earlier ones? You could like slap somebody with a wet noodle. That was one of them. Slash me. Oh, that's pretty nice. There we go. There's the message. Prozac God pummels terrible plan for insubordination. So we're going to do this join tri-shape points. So I'm going to get the buffer. I'm going to do 0, 3. And I have an expectation for what should come back in this buffer, right? We know there's going to be a new triangle. So the last triangle in the list should consist of, you know, a certain number of points. It's going to create a new vertex. No, it creates no new vertexes. It uses the existing vertexes. So it only creates a new triangle. So we go back and look real quick. It just creates a new triangle. No new points are created. So the expectation is that I have a new triangle there. And I think initially I will make it. How do I decide which direction's clockwise? That's what I don't know. I have a suspicion, a hunch. So if you look at this line, let me find this real quick in my art mesh, in the art shape editor. It's a tri shape editor. You look at my coloring of the line of the actual points. How do I wait? How did this work again? Okay. If I have a line that is being hovered by the mouse cursor, like this, I actually the color of the verts is important, and what you'll see is that the first vert, the lowest indexed vertex, will always be red, and the highest will always be gray. And the way the selection criteria works is I always put the lowest indexed in there, so that should be red, gray, but then this should be red and gray. So this actually gives me a hint as to the winding order of the two triangles that exist already. So if I take this and I take when I take this line here connected to this one, what I would do is I would say, well, this needs to be vert, whatever the lowest vert here is, with my line connected to here, and then this line becomes the other one. So I would take the lowest number. I would take the vert that happens to be the lowest vert that doesn't have the common point in it. So I think that's my hint for how I blend this triangle together. Right. So yeah, this work. Actually, that logically makes a lot of sense. So like this is, you know, vertex, the lowest vertex is this one that's at the join, and the highest one's over here. Although we don't want to use that one. We want to use the one that's at the lowest index and the highest, and that should give us our always clockwise loop. Oh man. Okay, so I need to... So in this case, it means the correct triangle is going to be a triangle of 3, 0, 5. And so let's do that. That'll be in the test. What am I looking for? Test. Woof, my brain's falling apart. Okay, so I would expect the triangles. So expect tri-shape dot triangles to match inline snapshot. I'll just grab the snapshot from it because it should just... Oh, it's going to return nothing. Whoops. I need to just make it equal. I got the array up there to equal. So we got an array up here. So I'm going to grab this array of triangles. To equal this array of triangles. It obviously needs a new triangle because we did it. We did a thing. And again, it's going to be 3, 0, 5. So let's... Oh, that was not right. That is 5. Okay, 3, 0, 5. Let's double check that we don't have a 3, 0, 5, which we do not. So I expect a 3, 0, and a 5 to be the new triangle in that list. So to me, this is the correct test. So, all right, now the real test comes. I got to test my mettle as a programmer here. So the first thing I want to do is, I guess I want a function that can find... I want to iterate... I want to take one of the points, doesn't matter which one, and I need to find all of the legs that they're attached to, right? So then I want to figure out which of the legs only has one neighbor, right? So right now this leg, the top here, and the one over here only has one triangle. This center line does not have a triangle. I wonder if I should just want to look for any points that have them in common. This would be this leg, but this one also is a point that they have in common down here. Yeah, I think that's... Yeah. Man, I actually don't know how to start this. This feels like a false start. I'm just going to iterate over all of them. And if I say, I'm thinking to myself, like, what is the point of finding the legs? Because all I'm really doing is looking for the common point that they have on each of their legs, right? And I'm trying to figure out if the common point that they have only has one neighbor. So should I enumerate all of their common points? Now, see, that seems weird too. All right, I'm just gonna do whatever, and it'll solve itself. So let's do we'll just say left. We'll say vert1 legs is an array that's just empty. So const vert1 legs that is empty. I'm gonna then search through all of the triangles, looking for any one of them that has my vert1 in its in it at all. And so let's do this. So we'll say for let I equal 0, I less than tri-shape dot triangles dot length I plus plus. So each one of these triangles is really just a list of integers, and why is it yelling at me here? Oh, what am I doing? This is supposed to be a result here. Equals this guy, and then return result. And then, okay, so I'm going to look for all the vert1 legs. It's plausible that once I start searching for all the vertex legs on this this mesh, that as I build this code, it'll sort of minimize itself. Like it'll be like things falling off the opposite sides of an equation as you sort of like minimize their overlap. You'll start to recognize where there's some logic that can just be shortened out. So I'm just going to do the hard loop that I'm thinking will work. I see some extra numbers in the stream. Glad you guys could join. If anybody wants to say hi, ask me what's going on, feel free. I'm happy to give a little recap what's going on if you're interested. It'd be great if you guys hung out for a little while and let me know what you think about what's going on. I'm building a little 2D animation art thing that's browser based, at least attempting to. I don't know how far I will actually go with it. Really, it was just I wanted to explore some math. Hey Kyle, I'm glad that you got to hang out for a little while. It's great to see you around. We often accidentally a word. That's an old meme. Were you around for a lot of it or just a little bit? Okay. So I'm going to loop through, okay, all the triangles, and then so for each one of the triangles, I have to decide, does this leg belong to this vert number? And so that's simple enough. If, let's say for let j equals 0, j is less than try shape dot triangles dot or this is not that, it's const try try. I am not typing at all. I don't know why I don't really need to do try.length because I'm going to tell you this. I know that a triangle is actually only going to be ever 3 points. I feel like I'm wrong by just querying the length of something I'm not guaranteed to have as 3 points, but at the same time, if it's not 3 points, something else is going wrong, and this code's falling apart. Okay, so yeah, we do try length. And so now this is an individual line segment. So this is a const leg, and this leg. So how do I define a leg? I want a small class or something that can define a leg, or like a type. So const try leg is equal to an index, a number, and then like a leg number, right? So this is the triangle that it is attached to. Oh, this is a type try leg. Why did my const type try leg? It is getting late. Terrible Plan said it's probably good that you trust yourself so little using length. What do you mean? WRT? With right? Using length. Well, I'll be honest. If the length ever comes back to something that isn't 3, odds are something has gone catastrophically wrong somewhere in the code base. Yeah, I couldn't imagine what would actually be. Oh yeah. Yeah, it would be a rough. That's definitely true. All right, so I want to get. I'm thinking. I don't know if I want to capture like this much detail about it, but that's fine, right? Like I'll just say index is going to be I, and then j is, or sorry, leg is j. And the leg, even though this triangle specifies points, I consider a leg to be a point, but it always goes to the point plus one mod 3. So that way, that's how the legs are always defined, at least logically, in the everywhere in the system. That's how I treat a leg. So, and I could just, instead of calling that leg, I can just call it vert. Just make that a little more. So if I find a tri-leg, I'm trying to search through all the lengths. I'm saying, looking through all the triangles. I'm going over each one of the legs of all the triangles, and I'm looking to see if any one of the vertexes on a triangle leg. So this. Oh yeah, I don't really want to. Okay, I want to do this. Const p1 is equal to try 0. So really, what I'm looking for is I'm saying like if this is where I my logical breakdown a little bit. Vert 1, right? So if try 0 equals vert 1, then we just say, oh yeah, this is totally one of the legs that vert 1 is attached to. And oh, I guess I could. My head is falling off my. Okay. A tri-shape is made up of multiple triangles. I'm iterating over the triangles and I'm getting a single triangle. A triangle is just a list of 3 numbers, which is the vert indexes. Okay. So if I do iterate over those, that actually makes perfect sense. I should have left the iterator loop. That would have made. Okay, so I iterate over each one of these individual verts that's in a triangle. That's what I'm iterating over. So go back. And I'm basically just saying, well, if try j is equal to vert 1, then go ahead and just push this as a match. So I can do the same thing with vert 2 here. Vert 2 legs, right? And this is going to be colon tri-leg array vert 2 legs tri-leg array. And I'm going to put equals vert 2. Then we will just say, instead of doing this, I'll just do a vert 1 dot vert 1 legs dot push dot push. Right? Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. So vert 1 legs seem to have gotten matches, but vert 2 legs did not. Oh, because I'm pushing them all into vert 1. this worked. I just got 2 legs matching in this setup here. So this finds all of the legs that are attached. There's no filter here. So this should only show me the legs that are currently attached. And this is, if I load, whoops. I should get 3. No, or 4. I should actually see 4 legs attached to one point, so I'm confused there. Right, because each triangle has 3 legs total, and a vert that is shared between 2 triangles should have 4 legs because it shares 1 leg and has 2 others. Yeah. All right, terrible plan. It's your turn. Tell me what I did wrong. What's broken? Why is that not giving me? I would expect to see. So I'll walk through this again. So I'm going over all the triangles. I'm grabbing the individual tri-shape list of vertices to look up in the list. I'm vetting that I have a vert 1. Vert 1 exists. Oh, I know what I did. I only searched. No, it should do that. So I'll go back to the testing data. So over here in the testing data, that's the wrong test data. We have these triangles here. So I have a 0 here and a 0 here. I only show 0. My brain hurts. This is not what I would expect, but I think I understand what's going on. I only mention 0 one time because all vertexes are all triangles loop in a clockwise order. So I only mention it one time, right? So that would mean I don't get a reference. Like I'm not getting this line, so I'm not getting whatever this line segment is. I'm only getting the line segment for, say, this triangle, not this triangle on the common edge. So I'm really just finding all the triangles that happen to have common edges with me. In order to vet a leg out of that, how that has to work is this. A leg is actually not just an index number because in this situation, I can have reverse ordered legs. That's what's going on here. So because I can have reverse ordered legs, and I was only looking at the singular ordered leg. So what this means is that I might have to just drop the for loop and just write each individual conditional so I don't have to think through like what this means for the index mathing modulus stuff. So I'm going to comment this out for a second. I'm just going to write it as a singular ridiculous if loop for like one leg thing. So I'm looking at try 0, and so this is the first point in the thing. Now if this point is equal to vert 1, then I know that this triangle exists inside of my leg list. That means that 2 legs automatically are part of my list. And so if this is, let's say I have, right, I found this triangle contains my point. So that means that these 2 points, this leg and this leg, are part of the discovery that I just made. And I want to keep those in some, I wish there was a way. I guess they are, when they order that direction, they do become, that's their unique identifier, is that order, is that vertex index. Interesting. Okay. So if I find a single triangle, I actually insert 2 legs. So vert 1 legs is going to be index dot push index I, and it's going to be vert1 is going to be, I got to remember to keep these in order, so it's going to be try 0, right? So try 0, and vert2 would be try 1. So this is the definition of a side. I keep calling them legs, but I really should call them sides because they're not legs. So if I iterate over, so a leg or a side is defined by two verts. So I want to push that side, and I also want to push the other side, but it has to be in the right order. And so that one is obviously going to start with try 2 and end with try 0. And so this is the same thing. It's going to be try 1, and I'm going to say, oh, you know, this needs to be pushed. I need to push try 1 and then try 2. And in this one, I actually have, right, if it's 0, 1, and 2, and I found 1, so that means 1 to 2 is a number, and then 0 to 1 is the other one. So 0 to 1 here, and that's the right order of this leg as well. And then so if I do this one, so if the first one, then I should always be just try 2 here, and this should be try 0 because it's 2 to 0. And then the other leg is going to be 1 to 2, so 1 to 2. And this is the clockwise order for this one. And so this is this will then discover the two legs for every point that's common on the triangles. And it's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it. I'm just gonna, pretty sure that's the right code, and I don't want to write it any better. I think that's good enough. I'm glad Kyle left. I don't want him to see this horrendous you know, abuse of code. It gets back in chat. I'm still here. Oops. Yes, there we go. So these are the sides that are now in common with that point. And so I want to take the common edges that we have, and I want to find out if any of those common edges have common points. And so I'll throw any edges out that don't have common points. So this edge and this edge will go away, and we'll have 3 left. Right? So this makes sense. So that's what I want to do next, is then throw out any of them that have their own common points. This might not be the most expedient code, but at least I unrolled my loop, right? That's what I'm doing. This is all performance. This is not me just not wanting to think. That's what I'm telling myself, at least. So one of the things here that's I was just thinking about in my head, this is I want to know if any of the line segments share another point with each other, right? So the downside here is that I won't know, like, because these, obviously the line segments I get back, they'll actually have the common point, which is, you know, the point I'm trying to cast from. So I need to watch out for that. So I guess I just want to iterate over. I want to filter, so I just say vert1 sides is equal to vert1 sides dot filter s boom 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 bam bizzly dam. So that would be I guess this is going to be a geometric loop of, this is going to be like a big O of n cubed. No, n squared times 2. 2n squared, that's what this is. This is a lovely processing thing I'm building here. Because it is actually going to be really terrible. Because I have to, the number of operations in here is pretty ridiculous. Because we iterate over the tri-shape, so it's going to be n, right? And then I iterate over what's left of that, which is a filter down. So this is just an operation of n plus the result, which is going to be n, but it's going to be n of that result. It's going to be 2n because I have to do it twice. And I have to then, it's actually worst case scenario would be doing it twice with no, but it'll be common edges. So there's slightly less than 2. So I don't know what that slightly less than would be, but yeah, squared, because I have to do this in a 2x2 matrix. Whatever. In theory, it's only going to be like at most 100 comparisons, so 1,000, 10,000 by 10. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. What's a big O of 2n squared? Who cares? Really, it's just being picky. Don't be an elitist. Yeah. You asking if that's the question or if that's what your guess would be? It would be n plus. It wouldn't be n. It'd be a subscript of n, but it'd be 2n squared. I think is worst case. It would be slightly less than 2n squared worst case, I suspect, because you're always going to filter out some in the first loop, and then you're going to use that loop to look at the other one. Like I could actually just I could iterate over. No. No, never mind. Never mind. It won't actually always be. You know what? The issue here is it's actually not going to be 2n because it's only 2n right now because of the way my test is set up, or 2n squared. I mean, because it's never going to be a squared. It's going to be n times like something else because each side could find a different number of legs and have to compare them. So it's probably like some average depending on the meshes and the points you compare. It's, yeah, I don't know. I'm out. I just know it's not good, and thankfully we're doing this not good thing on a small amount of data, right? Like it's not a huge amount. So I guess I'm going to just say then vert 2 sides, and I'm going to say any leg that starts with or ends with the same thing that another leg starts with and ends with is not good. So I have to do this as a for loop so I can return from the for loop. Let I equal 0, I is less than vert 2 sides dot length I plus plus. I was using I. Okay, we're good. We're in a whole different area. So I have to iterate over all the vert 2 sides, and then I want to say if s dot vert 1 is equal to vert 2 sides I dot vert 1 and we're going to do this. I'm going to make a function side match side A, side B, tri sides, tri sides, colon, boolean, like this. And we'll say side A.vert1 is equal to side B dot vert1, and side A.vert2 is equal to side B dot vert2. Turn this thing. Yeah, or we'll just swap the second one around, I guess, and that is our side match. So if side, oh, I still got to do this for loop. Why did I try to remove the for loop? And I want to say if side match s commas vert two sides I Captain, I can't hear you. All right, so yeah, if side match, if this side is matched, let's just go ahead and return false right from here. We don't need to do anything else, so we're good here. Okay, so this is vert1 sides, vert2 sides here, and we will check what the output is. And I should get 3 on one and 2 on the other. Whoa, there's some weirdness going on here. No, this is good. Where's my... See, I would have expected this output here to give me... Right? Yeah. If I think about the way this works, we have this in here, this here, and I'm saying, hey, a side matches if they have the same, I guess, let's actually look at the actual selected vert sides and see. All right, so we have a 0 and a 1, which doesn't exist in the other one. Hey, Somnambulist, what's going on? Wow, just coming here and laying the slap down in there, you know, there's some smackdown, just kind of I consider this chat abuse. Why is there an announcement of what you were listening to, Terrible Plan? Why is this a thing? Why? Oh. Oh, that's right. Somnambulist told me it was still Halloween. I actually kind of forgot it was Halloween until it like got kind of later, and then I was like, oh yeah, it's Halloween. I guess the holiday is sort of more meaningless as time goes on, and you don't really have kids to take out. Like it's fun, but I don't know what for anymore. All right, so oh yeah, we don't really have a lot. That's right. I guess there's no trick or treaters happening either. That's an unfortunate. Well, where I live, there's just no one would ever walk up here. First of all, it would be creepy as hell because there's no lights, and my house is kind of dark and sort of set back into the woods in the middle of the city. It's like one of those like houses that would be like super creepy, like in a children's show or something like that. But let's do. I gotta figure this out here. So vert 0, vert 1. So 0 and 1 doesn't match. 4 and 0 doesn't have a match. 0 and 4 has no match. 5 and 0 has no match. I don't understand why I can't find a match on my Vertex editor. Let me think this through. I'm saying, again, so vertex 3 in the mesh and vertex 0 in the mesh. Yeah, and this one has, oh, it only has 2 triangles that match. Well, that makes sense. I only have 2 triangles. And those triangles have the points on them of 0 and 5. Yeah, 0 and 5. And I would expect to see 0 and 5, which I see 0 and 5 right here. And then I have 0 and whatever this is, 4. So 0 and 4 should exist. So 0 and 4. And then 0 and 1. Oh, I see 0 and 1. I also see 4 and 0. Oh. What was I trying to do again? Yeah, my house actually honestly would not be a bad spot to like make a little bit of a haunted house out of it, just because it is, in a little spooky spot. Well, it has been a good 40 minutes since I was supposed to close this stream down. And I've almost did another 5-hour one, so yeah, that's it's getting up there. Oh no. Terrible Plan and I play a lot of Minecraft together, so I suspect he might be playing on the Minecraft server right now as we speak. So this looks right. This looks like what I would expect. And what was I trying to do? I wanted to filter out these legs here. I want to find any edges that have common points. Oh, I know what I was doing. Oh man, I'm such an idiot. So what I did was I tried to search through the list and find any edges that matched edges from this set of triangles. Well, of course there's no triangle edges that are going to match. So the sides on these two don't match. That's not what I needed. I needed a different logic. I want to find any points. I want to find any edges or sides that don't have that don't have a common point, or I want to find the common point, and then I can, once I find a common point, I can also get rid of any edges that are matching each other from the set, because I can't add any more sides to already existing doubly sided. So right, so here, like this one right here, index 1 and 4, these two sides are matching sides because they're 0 to 4, 4 to 0. So I want to filter for those. That's an important thing to filter. So let's do that real quick, since I kind of already have the logic to kind of do it. So this would be, instead of vert, I would do vert 1 sides like this, and vert 1 sides like this. And so this should just give me back 3 sides on vert 1 sides. I shouldn't get, or no sides on vert 1 sides. Oh, right, because I'm looking for, oh, I want to look through the vert 1 sides for any side that matches in opposite order, because all of the lines are so all of the triangles are in clockwise order. So I'm actually looking for line segments that have anti-clockwise number patterns, and that eliminates some of the guesswork here. So this would be if vert 1 sides dot vert 1, right, equals s dot vert 2, and vert 1 sides I dot vert 2 is equal to s dot vert 1. This would return back. This would be our filter here for that. So this should give me, okay, so it dropped out 2 line segments, which is exactly what I would expect, because those two in the middle, that share a triangle are not important to the algorithm, so that drops those. And the other thing I need to do is determine if it has. So if I drop those 2 points, what else do I need to do? So I dropped these 2 lines. I also want to figure out if there's any if any of these line segments have points in common with the other line segments. So I probably want to just filter both of them first. So vert1, vert2 sides will do the same thing. Vert2 sides, vert2 sides, vert2 sides, vert2 sides, vert2 sides. Probably could have made it into a function, but that's okay. So this will give me back 2 legs on our 2 sides on both triangles. And so now I'm looking at this leg, this leg, this leg, and this leg, and I want to remove this one and this one because they don't have at least 1 point in common. And so I want to filter these again. So let's do this. I'll say vert1 sides equals to vert1 sides dot filter. And this is going to iterate over the vert2 sides, and I'm going to look to see if any one endpoint happens to have another, so vert1 sides to vert2 sides, and let me see how this ends up. But we get 0, 3, and this, so those are opposite each other. Right, so the point we have in common here are between vert1 and vert2. And we're actually looking, what number was it again? I think it's vert5 we expect to be the one where, yeah, 5 is the joining point that we expect to catch out of this. So I expect to see point 5 be the victor here somehow. And I'm trying to eliminate side 1 and side 0 here, or index 0 and index 1 on these. And I'm not 100% sure how I do that. Now, I don't care if they have vert 0 or 3 in common, because that's not important to me. Because point 0 and point 3 are the 2 points I'm trying to join in this this mesh. Right. So if this is 0 and then 3, so I guess I'll just start writing code, and whatever feels right is what I'll do. So s dot vert1 does not let's see, if s1 vert1 equals, if s1 equals vert1, I guess if it does not equal vert1, and s dot vert1 equals vert2 sides I dot vert1, or s dot vert1 equals vert2 sides I dot vert2. So this is saying, hey, go through all of my vert1 list, or my sides 1 list, and I'm going to look to see if any of these sides happen to not be the current vert that we're looking at. Oh, it also has to be vert. Okay, so it has to be or. So it needs to be this. If s.vert1 does not equal and s.vert1 does not equal vert2, because I don't care about vert1 or vert2 ever matching this list. I only care about the others. Let's just return true here, and that's silly logic, but whatever. I'll clean it up later. And this should limit us down to No sides. This should be not no sides. This should not be no sides. This should be... It should be something. That's what it should be. I'm having a hard time logicking this. This is where I'm getting my sticking point. This is where it might be the end of the stream. I don't know. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I think I can do it, though. Yeah, so vert1 sides, I'm going through each one of those sides, and then I'm comparing them to the second sides, the second set of sides, and I'm saying, does vert1 match anything over here? If yes, then go ahead and keep it, as long as it's not the vertex that we're trying to look at. Huh. Terrible plan. I'm just going to send this code over to you, and you're just going to solve it for me. How's that work? That work for you? Sounds good to me. It's better than playing that dang old Minecraft. Man, you get out there and playing out dang old there Minecraft and stuff, and getting out there and creeper go boom and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, and no fun over there. Yourself. Terrible plan just said he's going to run away screaming, or announced it. He did slash me, run away screaming. I'll get you to do that work or else. All right, so let me. All right, this is. I'm trying to say, hey, if vert1 isn't one of the vertexes that I'm looking at, like I'm not interested in this vertex. Oh, the reason I didn't get anything was because in this array, if I look back at the code that came out before I filtered the second time, I need to paste this into my... It's because I need to do both filters. I can't do one and it work. How did I realize that at the last second? This is painful. Okay. Right? So what I'm saying here is, hey, if... So vert1 sides, if the, vert1 does not equal 0, which it doesn't, which, vert1 and vert2 does not equal... Oh, that's not... That wouldn't be the right logic. That would be true on both of those. Oh, man, my brain hurts. Okay. So I want to remove the... Well, we know these have a... We know that these two... I'm just looking for... Wait a minute. I'm just looking for the lines that have a common point. I think I'm doing this wrong altogether. Because... Yeah, I just want to say if s1.vert1 is something like this. Vert1 is equal to vert2 sides vert1, or S1 vert1 is equal to vert2 sides like that. This should give me one line back, or none, because I could be the opposite direction. So yeah, this seems weird to me that there's no common point. All right, so Terrible Plan said I was something along the lines of building a linked list of neighboring things, then looked at the ends, I was thinking, or maybe multiple in the case of possibly having weird concave things. I think I need to ignore the possibility of concave stuff, or like the weird degenerate, like extremely rare cases, because like I've been saying, I really want this just to be a tool I can use right now, and I don't care about the edge cases, because I'll if it literally becomes something that's more interesting than what it is, then I'll just pay someone to solve the problem for me. I think that's probably what'll happen. Like, you know, if it works good enough, and like I said before, as long as I have undo and the ability to like also like I'll probably put a piece of code in there that will, you know, if you make a degenerate mesh, it'll just go red, you know, that kind of thing. I think that's gonna be my solution, at least to making the tool useful, right? It's not like I can make the UI perfect, especially the first time around. But this really is confusing me. So I'm saying I want to iterate over all the vert1 sides, and I want to drop any side in vert1 sides that does not share. Oh, that does not share. Maybe I got the logic wrong. Maybe I just want to false this here and false this here and return true on this case, and then that would be right. Could that be what I did wrong? A little backwardsness? No, I got the same exact result out of that, so okay. All right, screw it. Start over. Okay. I want to say if vert1 sides, right? When looking at all of the possible sides in the vert2 sides, do they have a common point? And yes, the answer is 5 on both of these is a common point. So I want to say if side.vert1 equals vert2 sides I dot vert1, or s.vert1 or vert2 is equal to vert2 sides I dot vert1 as well, right? So if the current line I'm on, 0, let's say, is matching to anything that is on this vert1 or this vert2, which it does not, then I want to keep it. I want to get rid of it. I want to drop it. So this would be, right, I would remove this. So return false. In the other case, if s.vert1 vert2 is equal to either one of these, and oh wait, no, that's not what I wanted. S1, this is vert2, 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 false. True. This should keep one line, right? Out of the array, but I'm getting no lines out of the array. Why am I getting no lines out of the array? This is not logicking for me. So I have vert1. Hey, does vert1 equal vert2? Or vert1 over here? Cool, it does not. Let's get rid of... Oh. I need to combine this whole thing because... I thought ORs are naturally combined when you just do multiple if statements, though. Like, that is the nature of multiple if statements, right? Yeah. That's a little De Morgan's theorem for you at 11:20 p.m. or whatever time you are currently watching this in. So let's see. I think I know what's going on. I'm doing this early purge, right? So I think, yeah, I think I need to have a result here. Const result equals false, and in here I just need to say result equals true. I need to find a truthiness, and then I just return result. That's what I'm doing wrong. I'm doing this early purge. So if vert1 from vert2 sides, I can actually split this back up then, so I don't have such a huge line of junk. Well, so I want to go and look at why is this so hard? This is so abysmal right now. Like I can't figure out what I'm doing wrong. I just want vert1 to equal vert2, and it's like, oh, those two lines totally need to be ones that stay. Like that's the one I want to keep. That's the one I want right there. Fucking hell. So yeah, if vert1 is equal to vert2, or vert1, which is not, or it is equal to vert2, which it is not, then I don't care. Like I move on to the next, right? So if s.vert1 equals vert1, which it does not on the first loop, or s.vert2 equals vert1, oh shit. There was a typo here too. Mother. Oh, it was a typo probably most of the time here. Okay, so that's the filter loop. Let's copy pasta this so we can get some typos on this one too. So then we do vert2 sides equals vert2 sides filter. And I say, you know, vert1 sides, and then I say vert1 sides, vert1 sides, vert1 sides. And so this should be two legs. I have two sides. Okay. I don't know if there's any other edge cases to this problem domain. But goddamn, this was rough. Okay. So I have kept these verts in order so that they should be able to turn them into a clockwise loop. And I don't know if there's an edge case that would produce more than two sides when searching through this tree or the mesh structure. So far be it from me from taking a terribly hacked result from really terrible code and not using it as if it was gospel, because the struggle was real. But I will just say if length of vert2 sides, or length, this is not Python, nor was that the correct way to even express Pythons, greater than 1, throw new error wat. That's the kind of error messages you want to see 6 years from now when no one's paying attention to this code and we have no good references and no good regressions. No good regression testing, and this never popped up in any. Yes, sir. We're getting a wat in our error messages. So, there are only two possibilities if we only have two sides left over. Wait a minute. This should be not equal to 1, and this should be not equal to 1. So I want either 1 or none at all. I want it to blow up before I even look at anything else. So that way I can I'll find the edge case by trapping the exception someday. So if vert1 and vert2 match, which in theory should be the only possible way these can match, then we loop in that order. But if vert2 and vert1 on the opposite sides match, because they could match that order or they can match the other order, but they can't. They could not match with like vert1 of both of them being 5. That should not be possible. I think. Because they have to have a point in common, and I kept the clockwise looping in order. So, that being said, I just basically say this. If, was say, const side 1 equals vert1 sides 0, side 2, vert2 sides 0, and I say if side 1 dot vert1 is equal to side 2 dot vert2, then we loop in this order, and else we loop in the other order. We just assume we probably don't want. I want to throw exceptions. So else if side 1 dot vert2 equals side 2 dot vert1, else we throw another wat. Let's throw wat. That way it's a little bit more, because this compares two sides. That's a good exception. This is the best software development that has ever existed. Who's ever built anything better? All right, so this gives us our prescription for our looping. So now we have a new triangle we can add. So I can just say, let triangle. I actually just need to return a result. And the result needs to be a whole new mesh. So I need to build that up. That's what's missing. So I need to push the triangle. This needs to be try shape dot triangles. It's a whole new world. I am getting a little slap happy here. All right, so triangles. Terrible Plan said, "Can I get a wat?" That's what I'm talking about. So we say try shape dot vertexes. I don't need to rewrite vertexes. Why am I rewriting vertexes? That's not important. We're only going to add triangles. And we will recalculate boundary before we return this result. So I will say result.bounds equals something bounds. There's a boundary thing in my utilities. Why does that not? What was my? That's a lot of code. That is a lot of code for the, okay, try shape bounding box. Result like this, and then I can return result. And so now I just need to get this new triangle. So this is simple. So side 1 vert 1 is equal to side 2 vert 2. That means the winding order is going to be vert 1, side 2 vert 1. So it'll be side 2 vert 1. So side 2 vert 1, then it is going to be side 2 vert, or side 1 vert 2, side 1 vert 2, and then it is just going to be whichever one I want to pick. So the common point, so it'll be side 1 dot vert 1 is fine there. And so that should return back 305, and let's look at my test. That is the actual number it's going to turn back. This is a triumphant moment here. Now, on the other hand, if it is the other way around, if it is vert 2 and vert 1 of the opposite sides match, that means it needs to be side 1 vert 1, side 2 vert 2. So it'd be side 1. If it's the other way around, it's going to be side 1 vert 1. Yes, side 1 vert 1, then side 2 vert 2, and then side 1 vert 2 as well. So that should be it. I just don't know how to get to that looping order, so I have to write the test around that. Oh my god, I think it literally just passed the test. That's good enough. Ship it. Ship it. Jesus. Let's give her the console log. Oh, look at that. Can I get a what? Okay. All right, I have gone into overtime, and I am very happy with what I got. But 5 hours and 12 minutes is a little bit beyond my. Oh, you just I know what this is already. It's the link to the JavaScript WAT. Oh no, it is not. That's not. No, that's not the kind of WAT I want. I want it's the you want the destroy all software WAT talk. That's what we want right here. Destroy all software talks WAT. That's the one you want. Can I splash that onto my my stream as a text thing? Like, can I just throw some text up there? Like, oh, look at that text, free type 2. I can go okay, and I'd be like, boom. Oh, that was definitely a boom. That's way up there. Okay. Just in case anyone ever wants to. Oh, I'm breaking everything. Oh, I'm just breaking everything. Oh god, it's just all. Oh, this is not going well. This UI sucks. Why can't I click the freaking letter? What is it? How am I not? Oh, you gotta select it first. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yep. So if you're watching the stream in the future, you can laugh at how ridiculously terrible I am at this. But there we go. There's the URL that you can't see yet. All right, there it is. That's what you do. Destroyallsoftware.com talks WAT. What versus Gary Bernhardt? Tough choice. Yeah, no. All right. Well, on that note, it's been great. I've had fun. I'm glad that I got this. Now I got to get the UI side of this working. I got to make sure that it can actually determine if these are joinable vertices, and I get to torture my math PhD friend with showing him how horrible I wrote this tomorrow. That's what my goal is. Just to, make him annoyed at the horrible, shitty logic I employed. All right, well, I will see everybody later.